back and at it. High on Life Platinum Run. Let's just get it on, baby. Yeah. How's everyone doing tonight? I had a good dinner. Walked my dogs. Had a cupcake. Life is good. I am high on life. Is this porno? No way, dude. This stream is not for children. It is for me.
Almost perfect.
Cellar Blado's supposed to be the right-handed game.
Just a little bit closer.
You know, the perfect thing would be if we could have some breakfast in bed and watch the sun come up.
Perfect would be if the sun never came up and I could stay here forever.
We're gonna stay
Damn.
right here.
Just like this.
Well, you know, I'm gonna have to get back to base sooner or later.
Later, honey. Much later.
Whose turn is it?
One of you must know where my clothes are.
You're not going anywhere.
Okay, fine. Keep standing in front of the TV. I get it. You hate me and you want me to suffer. I can live with that.
Whose turn is it?
Whoever gets there first.
Well, it must be
Given the
getting very
content, I gotta stay as close as possible. Guy whacking his wiener? Alright. Let's look at the trophy list. Let's see what we're gonna do. $77%. Before we get the platinum trophy, we're gonna get something else. Mods, please ban. I guess let's do that. Seeing all the sites. Collect and explore every collectible warp base. Oof. Okay. Maybe we should do the Bounty Hunter Forum thing first. I want to find a better video for this. Let's check out the Hunter forums. It says I have 82% of them done. Participant by 6 items. Zephyr Vendor is.
I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me. I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury. Their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment.
Pretty sure about both of these things. Is there
Tell the
anything
girls
else?
if you plan to spend the night in there. Spread a little dirt on the bed.
So we went to Vendor 1. Valley. Okay, we gotta buy the volleyball. Okay.
Get the blood out of that rat before it evaporates.
What am I thinking? What am I thinking? Oh yeah. Want a cool podcast to listen to. My brother sent me something. Maybe we should put that on. On YouTube.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Appreciate y'all coming here and checking out this Highland Life video.
Hello! Thank God you're here! My name's Dr. Joopy. Douglas kidnapped my whole family, and I'm trying to sneak in and save them, but I just can't get through these pipes in the next room. Oh my God, I'm freaking out!
Oh, no. Calm down, bud. You just lucked out. We're on the same team. Let us help.
God.
I want to watch this later.
Breakthroughs
Oh, yeah, we're still
throughout
watching
history.
this.
And like if you go back, you don't even have to go back, because obviously people like Tesla and other people even now, like Penrose in some way even, are like talk about that, like whatever their like, and I'm gonna be fair, I'm not saying Penrose is saying he's channeling something, but in a sense he believes that he's at least penetrating into some other layer of reality that is like this mathematical layer of reality. And another, I guess I want to introduce this idea too, because another idea that comes from Platonism, and when you were talking about that proof that your cousin said that was discovered 600 years ago, I thought to myself, well, no problem, because in some ways you're kind of proving another core tenet of Platonism potentially, and math being the perfect example of this, because that story is almost like what's kind of loosely known as the story of the slave Socrates and the slave boy. And it's basically Socrates is attempting to show that knowledge, particularly like these higher kinds of knowledge, are not discovered, they're remembered in what the Greeks call the anamnesis. And the way that he tried to demonstrate this is he took like this illiterate, uneducated little boy who was a slave and allowed him to solve like a geometric theorem without the boy knowing anything, and him just asking him, like, I don't remember what all the logical questions were that he asked him, but the boy like figured it out for himself. And Socrates was trying to show, like, look, he's like reading the logical, real language of nature through his personal faculties, and this is very real. And when you were saying you rediscover this proof, it sounds like almost the exact same thing. Like you stumbled upon this same territory that's really there, and you were able to like glean real information from it. And to me, that's really exciting. But the other thing I wanted to bring up, oh yeah, in the history of science, this is massively dismissed and glossed over. And I was talking about this with Bobby Azarian, who we briefly talked about at the beginning, or I think before we recorded. But he's a neuroscientist, very logically rigorous guy, open-minded, but you know he's coming at most of this from a harder science, more neuroscience and academic, I guess, philosophy standpoint as well. But he was even talking about that. Man, when you look into the history of ideas and physics, they really do their best to diminish people's spiritual beliefs, religious beliefs. And a lot of these really remarkable thinkers throughout history were either devoutly religious or had spiritual beliefs. And there's so many to name, but I'm working my way through this book by Richard Tardis right now. That's an absolute
Richard
beast,
who?
but it's one of the most important books I've ever read. It's called Passion of the Western Mind. And it goes through like the entire history of Western thought, all the major thinkers, how thought evolved over time, you know, all the way from ancient Greece to up to the modern era. And there's this insane quote that I had to clip out that I think I'm going to use in a video. But I kind of want to read this to you because I think this is going to shine so much light on the idea that, hey, these strange kinds of inspiration coming from who knows where that almost seem like they're being beamed by something or whatever, like that is not a new phenomenon. And let me just, if you'll allow me, read this kind of long quote because I think it's pretty mind-blowing.
Let's do it.
All right, so quote, this is from Professor Richard Tardis, who wrote the book Passion of the Western Mind. The esoteric played an indispensable role in modern science. Besides the Neoplatonic and Pythagorean mathematical mysticism and sun exaltation that ran through the major Copernican astronomers, one finds Roger Bacon, the pioneer of experimental science, whose work was saturated with alchemical and astrological principles. Giordano Bruno, polymath esotericist who channeled an infinite Copernican cosmos. Paracelsus, the alchemist who laid the foundations for early chemistry and medicine. William Gilbert, whose theory of the Earth's magnetism rested on his proof that the world soul was embodied in that magnet. William Harvey, who believed his discovery, the circulation of the blood, which is weird because you brought that up earlier. You brought up you could envision a circulatory system. William Harvey, who believed his discovery, the circulation of the blood, revealed that the human body was a microcosmic reflection of the Earth's circulatory systems and the cosmos's planetary motions. Descartes' affiliation with the mystical Rosicrucianism, Newton's affiliation with the Cambridge Platonists, and his belief that he worked within an ancient tradition of secret wisdom dating back to the Pythagoreans and beyond. The law of universal gravitation itself modeled by the sympathy of Hermetic philosophy. So it's a giant big net of like magnetism, gravity, circulatory system, magnets, like all of this stuff comes out of philosophy and esoteric thinking. It's like interwoven with it. Even like the people who as he mentions, like Copernicus, who, you know, proved essentially heliocentrism and the moving Earth and everything. He was like a Neoplatonist thinker and believed in astrology and all these other things that today we're like, well, hold on. And it's like, well, no, you hold on, because they all believed in this shit. And today we're dismissing it as nonsense. Yet our knowledge comes out of these ways of thinking.
Yeah, what is that about? Really, what is the answer for that? It's wild.
I don't know, but it does. These are the kinds of mysteries that I come to where I'm like, I don't know the answer, but it actually excites me. Like these are the kinds of answers that I don't have, where the question itself kind of excites me more.
Okay, all right. Yeah, this got me thinking. I want to talk about two scientists or mathematicians from the past, but scientists. Okay, so this upside vision. I wrote a blog called. Dark Matter Revolution is coming, and it's going to make AI look like a middle school science project. Published it in October 21 on Medium. one of the things I talk about is how Leeuwenhoek, when he invented the microscope, right, he saw this smaller world that no one knew what was going on. He saw this, he's the father of microbiology, right? I think I am seeing something like, okay, so put that over here. Hertz discovered the radio waves that Maxwell equations hypothesized years earlier, theorized, right? Both of those things are related because I think I am seeing a different kind of wave, right? And I think it is not, and I think it can be explored and studied. My goal, right? My goal of, by the way, there are other people with this. They may not know it or they don't want to talk about it because I know this because they've reached out to me. With it, whether they have a certain degree of disability or not, they come forward. My goal is to launch an expedition to go into this hidden biosphere and categorize and download all this data with a team of scientists, upside visionaries, whatever you want to call it, because it's accessible to us all the time. Now the question is it my biofield, right? If I am sitting here, is it like 6 feet around me? Is if a person's 6 feet around me, are they so completely different? Is it once it's 10 feet out there, are we going to see the same thing? See, these are the questions that we can look at and measure. So for example, if there's another person with upsight sitting next to me, I believe that we would in fact be able to see the same things, communicate in this space non-verbally, non-sign language. I believe that for a number of reasons. One, obviously I'm communicating with an intelligence out there and it knows what's going on, there's an engagement. Number two, if you want to use a real world example of people having group, let's call it for this discussion, hallucinations, we talked about it earlier, group of guys are on DMT, they all trip together, they all see the same group hallucination, they're like, and they're communicating with it. When they come down, they dismiss it and you can't prove it again, and they're all high and they're, go about their way. But there's anecdotes, many anecdotes.
Yep.
I'm in the room with them. I'm the control, no drugs. Everyone, give everyone a microdose or whatever we need to do. We see the same thing because we're hitting the same frequency. For our brain states are in the same frequency, and now we know we can communicate. Game changer.
Yeah.
I mean, right? Game changer.
Yeah.
Now you can't. People can't trip. Even Terrence McKenna, he's like, you cannot trip all the time. It's exhausting,
Yeah, sure.
So you find, I mean, obviously pharmacology or whatever, you can get into that brain state without the side effects of the exhaustion. Right now they're talking about trying to do DMT without the hallucinations, just the benefits of the PTSD. I don't get it. I think they're I think they're missing the boat. My point is, talking about these things, obviously, as just a hobbyist researcher, I see pieces that relate to me, and I'm trying to put them all together to figure out what the hell's going on. And you said that earlier, Michael, and that is exactly what I'm doing.
It's exciting, and yeah, that's kind of like this holy grail idea, right? That if we could somehow prove that we can all have this altered experience state together or altered perception state together and prove that we're seeing the same thing, that would be this like holy grail kind of experiment. And I gotta tell you, this might actually be happening. So I have a friend who, brilliant guy, his name's Alexander Beiner, wrote a book called The Bigger Picture, but he's kind of like me. Like he explores all this stuff from a multidisciplinary point of view, does a lot of work on himself, has done a lot of work with, meditation, psychedelics, but it's also just really well read, really smart guy. And I don't mean to say that he's like me in that respect. He wrote a book that I wish I could have wrote. But anyway, he was able to get into the world's first extended state DMT study at Imperial College London, where they hook you up to the same kind of IV drip that you would go to under surgery, and they give you continuous, long-lasting DMT. So for people that don't know, typically in a recreational setting, if you vaporize DMT, it's a very explosive experience and very short-lasting. It's, your brain essentially just recycles the molecule out very quickly, so it's like 15 minutes at most. But people have theorized, you know, like, well, what if we put it in an IV drip and you could just keep it going indefinitely, keep it going. So they did that pilot study at Imperial College London. He was in it, and he told me last time we talked, and this is on a podcast we did, that he's like, I can't say much about this right now, but we're going to do a study that involves multiple people and potentially kind of mapping the space, or like at least ascertaining if the phenomenology is similar. Like, if you tell me, you know, under this exact dose, look down, look right, look left, what are you seeing? What's happening? How much similarity, how much exact overlap is there? So I don't know the design of the study. I don't know 100% that this is happening, but he made it sound like this is happening, and he's going to be on that team as part of that as well. So it could be closer than we think. Who knows what the results are going to be, but I'm incredibly interested.
Yeah, me too, 100%. That's the kind of thing I would absolutely find online and read every bit of it.
Yeah,
sure.
Because that is almost one of those things where if they prove that we can do that, reality itself, you know, there's even for me, like as somebody who's I'm so interested in all of these things. I've had life-altering experiences with tryptamines. Like I'm a Kool-Aid drinker, okay? But even for me, I don't know if for certain that this is not all just the function of my brain and neurochemistry. I don't think it is, and honestly I have a bias toward not really wanting it to be. I want to believe we live in a more mysterious situation than we can reduce down to materialistic bits, and I think we do, but I don't know that. However, if we can prove that in a study, how would you ever explain that being completely endogenous or just a product of just really fancy electricity and meat brain arrangements like that? It really seems like you're proving at that point that there is some kind of external reality that we can tap into, or at least sense of some other layer of reality that we normally have access to that's real, and that we're all can travel it together. Like, if we prove that, that's going to be an ontological landmine that I kind of hope gets stepped on personally.
Well, you know, it's funny too, because from a philosophy, so I sometimes I'll do a mind game, like, what if Daniel Dennett or David Chalmers or anybody had this, right? Yeah. What would their worldview change, right? Would your deterministic worldview change if you had that, or would it become more entrenched, right? Would your free will change? Now, here's the funny thing. As much as I talk about synchronicity, you know, there's this kind of a precog element of things that are going to happen. I kind of know certain things are going to happen. Not all the time, just enough where it's annoying, like frustrating, right? I'm not going to plan anything on something I may see, and a lot of things I may see never happen. But there's an element of, well, if that means it's determined, right? It means that I don't have the free will. But I am under the illusion still, even though with the synchronistic things, that I do have the free will-ish.
Yeah, right. Me too. That's where I'm at too. Like, I believe that we have a requisite, or at least an amount of free will that operationally matters. Like, you can give me all of these complex arguments about determinism, and like I mean, some arguments about determinism go all the way back to the Big Bang, right? Like, as soon as the laws of physics were set in motion, in some sense, like, what every bit of matter for the rest of eternity, it was all kind of settled in that. Like, respect the post. To me, all of those arguments require that you dispose of the most important factor for the counter argument, which is the reality of the human psyche, or the reality of the human soul, or whatever you want to call it. Like, those arguments always hinge on that being an illusion or not being real. And as soon as you take that away, sure, now you can just reduce everything down to physics and, you know, chemistry and things that we have no control over. But I'm not going to relinquish the psyche or the soul that easily. Personally, I still think, and also I would argue that even if you did do away with that, and you could predict what I was going to do 99 times out of 100, that 1% actually still matters quite a bit, because I could make a life-altering decision and the decision tree of my
I guess
entire
joining
life
the
then
G3 was a
changes,
big
based on
mistake,
that
huh?
one strange decision I made. So I just don't understand how.
No, I like that, and it's funny too because Upside Vision has shown me what the Big Bang looked like in the beginning and how it's evolved, right? So but let me say something too about Upside. It shows there's this trickster element. It always doesn't show the truth. So a lot of times it will just show me absolute nonsense, things that are just not. I know they're not real, right? I've come to learn and believe that the things that repeat themselves and I see again and again that are see the same way, those tend to be real. Okay. So we have the picture of astrophysicists have the picture of the Big Bang. It's like Big Bang and then eons. It's one way, right? They're like this, and all the light years. Maybe they know this, and I don't know why they show us that if they do know it. But it's weird to me because it's not the universe beginning from what I see is not like that at all. It doesn't go one way. It goes in many ways. It's almost like a seed that sprouts in many directions in a tree. There's some here and there's some below the ground. The universe from the upside perspective is very much like that. And if something is 1 billion years this way, there's something could be 1 billion years that way too. They're both 1 billion years old, right? But they grew from this, I'll call it a seed, it's not a seed, from this middle part. So, but this, even though 1 billion years this way, 1 billion years this way, they're not 2 billion, you know what I mean? This is not, even though they're 2 billion years apart, for lack of another, it's not 2 billion years old. Now, they may know this, but if they do know it, they need to get better pictures for the general reader to understand this stuff, right? If they're gonna do stuff like that. Now, here's something really funny. Let's talk about physics for a minute, because this is something that is, okay, this is something that Upside shows me time and again. So, they're in CERN, they're pushing these big things together, and they're knocking them into each other to see that, to find out secrets of the universe. Upside literally shows me, don't do that. That's like crashing Mercedes into each other to figure out how to build a Mercedes. Maybe the idea is to get close so they don't touch each other, and maybe keep them like butter, like keep getting them spinning past each other very close without touching, and something will come from that. Now, obviously, that is just something it shows me. I'm not a physicist at all, but that it interests me. It's like something that can be studied, and they may be doing this too. Maybe they're like way ahead. Again, they could have been doing this for 20 years. But it's interesting that it will show me things like that I should not have any interest or concern in. But all of a sudden, I'll be sitting outside the CERN facility, it'll go in and it'll show the one thing, and then it'll show it, spinning past each other, getting close, and it's like, this is something they should try, or you should try, whatever. So those are the kind of weird things that, inexplicable. Why is that? They know I'm not, or they, who's they? I'm not over there. So, anyways.
Yeah, it really sounds to me, Tom, and I don't mean this could sound dismissive, but if you're talking about this from like the Jungian perspective, it's not dismissive at all. It almost sounds to me that, like, the way that you talk about it having this mercurial kind of quality to it, where it could be profound and seem real, or trickstery, or dark, and it's something that you can interact with, but it's also doing something outside of your awareness. It really almost sounds like dream intelligence or dream world, like, whereas most people have no access to that mode of consciousness when they're awake. It almost sounds like whatever that is, the unconscious, if you want to try to boil it down to I don't even know what you boil it down to in materialism, like what part of the brain that we're not conscious of that would be, or whatever. It almost seems like you're able to use all of those faculties while awake or something. Because the only other thing I can think of that encompasses all of that it is something like a collective unconscious that I guess, or a personal unconscious, which could sort of be like the microcosm of that respective macrocosm, in that it does contain everything, right? It contains all of this knowledge that you're normally not aware of. It could be dark, it could be light, it could be archetypal, it could be mathematical, it could be anything. And it just sounds to me like somehow you're aware of that somehow, or can tap into that.
Yeah, well, absolutely. It does feel like that. There's an element to that. And we were talking about earlier about how this interacts, this hidden biosphere interact with our real world environment. So I told you about the illusion, or the perspective of the double rainbow. I see our DNA strand, everyone knows the double helix, right? And they're doing all kinds of cool things with CRISPR and how they can edit it and stuff like that. I see these elements that have nothing, that you don't see with the naked eye, and they're not here. They're invisible. It's almost like going back to the Leeuwenhoek thing, looking through a microscope. I see this ring around the DNA strand, right? And on that ring is candy cane hooks, right? I see this happening all the time, and I see a stream of energy running through the DNA. Right? You can't see that with a naked eye. If a geneticist is like, what is he talking about? These are all fair comments they should have. But I feel like, I'm going to compare myself to Leonardo da Vinci. I feel like when Leonardo drew the helicopter, right? He drew it 400 years before we knew anything about flight. I think this could be that far ahead. I don't have any drawing skills, but you know what I'm saying? I feel like this is so far ahead. I even think this is ahead of some of the things I'm seeing now, and that may be way, way ahead. But something is going on at that level, which means it's influencing us at a level we know nothing about. Now, I don't know what it is. I do know this. When I see those things happen, there's a before. There's the element that I've drawn a picture of. You can put it up on screen when you post this. And there's something that happens after. And it's like when the cell splits from 1 to 2 to 4 to 6, it keeps splitting to a human or a frog or whatever. When somebody says, I have upside vision, and I can see this, my question, and this can only work a few times, okay, what happens next, right? If we're seeing the exact same thing, they're going to say, oh, this is what happens. When they hit it, I'm going to be like, wow, okay, now we're both seeing the same thing. It's the idea that we're seeing the same thing. And it's not just a collective, we're talking about the word consciousness.
Right.
They haven't even defined that.
Right.
If we're seeing that means it's a biosphere. That means something is interacting with us at the human level. You know what I mean? Interacting with us with a 3D matter level. And that's kind of a little bit of it's not the same thing. That means we can explore it, look at it, dissect it, measure it, or eventually. Consciousness is the whole awareness thing, and it's, I guess it's related, but as I said earlier, because you could do this, you don't know everything. And in fact, it's like, there's more questions. There's not wow. You would think, wow, I can do this. I'm so amazing. It's like, oh, wow, I can do this. It is amazing, and I am in awe, but just so many more questions.
100%. Yeah, even in my own way with experiences that I've had, like I said, even like just ayahuasca retreats or like requisite doses of whatever. Like it. Some people, I guess,
try it again,
walk away from those experiences thinking they know everything or they've solved life's mysteries. That is not what happens to me. To me, it just blows open the Mysterium Tremendum, the Mysterium Fascinosum, that much more. And I'm left with so many more questions about, there's that Robert Anton Wilson, he's not the one who made it up, but he talks about that phenomenon of the Chapel Perilous, that you can go through any of these experiences like that we're talking about, the experience you're having, the experience I'm having, the experiences anyone else has ever had, and they're all happening within the confines of your personal Umwelt, right? And you can't remove yourself from that. So at the end of the day, that's what this Chapel Perilous idea is getting at, is like, I've had all these experiences, but it's all been within my individual consciousness. So I don't know if it's my consciousness or it's my consciousness interacting with something out there. It may all be in there, or it may all be out there, or we just don't know. And having any experience it can lead you to suspect something about reality, but we also know witnessing is not a great reliable source of ascertaining. Like, you told me that you started getting into Donald Hoffman a little bit. If we want to go all the way that direction, then it's like we're literally perceiving 0% of reality with our senses. So what is reality then? But yeah, this notion of the hidden, what you call biosphere, or this hidden layer of reality that is somehow cut off from our waking consensus reality style consciousness. Again, this has so many overlaps with so many ideas, many of them we've already talked about, but it's been around essentially forever. And I think as a result of the scientific revolution and the sort of expungement of anything that has a whiff of esotericism or supernatural to it, we've essentially erased that idea from any serious quote-unquote conversation, right? But now with the emergence of thinkers like Donald Hoffman, we're literally talking about a realm of conscious agents probably being more real, not more real than physical reality, but being the reality that underpins the illusion of physical reality. In his case, though admittedly he is more extreme than your average cognitive scientist, but also like there are tenured professors who are panpsychists. There are like brilliant people who are idealist philosophers out there, like, you know, again, Hoffman, Bernardo Castro. I've had many of them on the show. These ideas are starting to come back, I think, under new, I was going to say more sophisticated, but in a lot of senses, it has been sophisticated and nuanced. Like, the Platonists were pretty sophisticated, but I think it's starting to enter back into the conversation in a way that is impossible to ignore, but is also extremely inconvenient for the prevailing worldview. Like, the prevailing worldview and these ideas, it's like they're on a collision course with each other. It's like, I don't have upside, but I can see them on a collision course with one another. And it's like one is gaining steam and the other, I think, is kind of weakening. And I really think that materialistic, reductionist,
Let me shit out a bunch of
you know,
kids to help you.
high-minded kind of science, it really looks like it's breaking up in the atmosphere to me of
Did he do
whatever
that?
this higher truth is.
People that
And
wipe their ass with their hand,
I don't know how they're going to
sophisticated.
come together, but they're going to have to.
Well, here's the, you know what's going to have to happen, or maybe it won't, maybe it'll just die off, is people are going to have to change their worldview. These scientists that are entrenched in their philosophers, scientists, whatever you want to call them, or all of them, are going to have to just die off. And it's like, okay, we're going to go in another direction. So people are pig-headed. And PhDs, mother of God. I mean, come on. If one academic, this is one of the funniest things it's actually very funny as an observer.
Yeah.
It's clearly not funny if you're a PhD, but if you were a PhD in physics and you want to enter the PhD in medicine and have ideas, oh my God, forget it. It's like guarding their territory, and the loss of logic and the arguments just break down because this person over here doesn't know it, but they sound silly, and you're like, this is my domain. Basically, we've already thought of all that.
Right.
It's like, okay, I'm like, have you though? You know?
Yeah.
So inconvenient, that's literally a very good and very subtle way to put it, but the idea that there is material, I don't know how you could hold on to that idea, honestly, at this point. You know, the whole materialist idea. I just don't know, but it doesn't matter. Something is changing. Let's talk a little bit about the communication element, if you want to. So when I'm in this space, right, beings show up. There is, first of all, there's an intelligence that does not have a face that I'm communicating with and that's guiding, right? Sometimes when I'm in this space, I see holographic images of creatures and beings, right? And I watch them the same way I would walk into a forest and watch a bunny hop around or a squirrel climb a tree or maybe a fox, something you wouldn't see. I see these type of beings, silhouettes, again, holographic in this space. Now, that is incredible, right? And sometimes these beings look back and we make eye contact. Now, I don't know what I look like in holographic form, but I don't know. I imagine maybe it's just me and hologram. Maybe it's like a shadow. Hoffman talked about that. You know, if there's you shining a light, maybe there's just a silhouette of me. I don't know. But I know this, when it happens, it's awe-inspiring and it's amazing. And sometimes there may be a communication of exchange of thought. Sometimes it's not. It's a lot of times it's just something goes about its business. But there is a non-human intelligence on this planet with us that we dismiss. I don't want to say at our peril, but we dismiss it, and we should not. We should not. Have you ever? Let me give you this. Have you ever talked to the machine elves? Have you ever seen the machine elves while you were tripping? Have you seen anything like that?
Wasn't penicillin discovered by some sort of indigenous tribe? before
faces
scientists
or
got their
are-
hands on it,
seem like they're
though?
little mischievous creatures. Oh yeah, 100%. And I've had like very scary,
Like it was some witch
very
doctor type
difficult
stuff.
experiences I've talked openly about, and many that are just cartoony, like Saturday, almost like just I can't like this is straight up Saturday morning cartoons,
Antibiotics and
weird
shit on me?
type
I don't know.
shit.
I remember hearing
that feels
something
like
about
I'm just
that.
like I just like turned a channel on a TV and like now I'm watching this. Okay, like it's that it can be that kind of an experience. Yeah.
So that's funny you say that. So you know, there's something called Charles Bonnet syndrome that people with macular degeneration,
believe so.
when they're going
We'll have to
blind,
make it.
they
Yeah,
start
but I think like the
hallucinating. Right? They're
ingredients
losing their
or
sight, but the
whatever,
brain, for whatever
it
reason,
was,
starts hallucinating. I think the brain is screaming and saying,
Discovered by
"Listen,
a
your,
witch doctor."
your normal vision's going bad, but we can still see things." And a lot of the things, the reason I'm bringing this up is a lot of things these people see are cartoons. They're cartoony. And they're like that. They're like Saturday morning cartoons. Now, two things happen when this, and people that have this, they think they're going mad, they go to a doctor, and they get diagnosed with this. Well, my point number one is the brain sees more than with just the eyes. You know, it's the most evolved part of the brain, but there's some things going back there, obviously, that can see. I shouldn't say obviously. I think they can see, like third eye. There you go, the third eye thing. Now, there's two ways they deal with that. Some people take drugs so they don't have the hallucinations, but there's other people that have this, Charles Bonnet syndrome. They engage them and they just deal with them because they know, even though we call it a hallucination, that's not the right word. It's a hallucination. You think it's real and it's scary. They know they're cartoons and there's something, a phenomenon of the brain or something. But that is still, I don't know. I don't know in that case, is it coming from the brain? Is it projecting out here and they're seeing it? Or is it tuning into some radio station that's playing cartoon, cartoon images and they're tuning in? So the reason, it's because it's a little piece of that with Upside, right? I know I'm, once I engage it, I know it's out there. I have to focus on it. Same way you focus on a bird flying. You're like, oh, what's that? And I follow it. And once I'm engaged, there's an intelligence not from time to time, all the time, that you might have to go back and forth, where you do have to go back and forth. So there's something going on the planet that
modern medicine,
from a philosophical perspective, from a physics perspective, that we should probably start paying attention to a lot more than we are. I don't know if it's because of climate change. I don't know if we're just going through one of these cycles I talk about. I don't know, but I know obviously for me,
I mean,
it's
like,
been real.
I'm
This
using
shift
some
within me has
homeopathic
been real.
remedies
And
lately,
as I said
and
earlier,
I've
I'm
gotta
not
say
the only
they-
one. Other people are saying, I have this.
This is the first time, like,
I get on a
I've
Zoom
felt
call.
the effect
Very
of it
few
right
have it to the
away.
degree I do, but there's a woman that I'm going to meet in the next
I think the
60
equivalent-
days,
equivalent
and like I said, I want to see if we
for,
can see the same thing in the same space.
Western
Even if it doesn't
medication would
work.
probably
Doesn't mean
be
it's
something
not
like
going to work. It just
antidepressants.
means it didn't work then. We might have to.
So,
you know,
like,
I don't know what we'd have to do.
I don't know.
I'm just,
I
going to
feel
try.
as
We
though
could try it at a
that,
coffee
you know,
shop. That's science.
plant
Can we get a
medicine,
coffee shop with
whatever.
This woman
I
in
feel as though
Virginia?
that it's
if it happens,
generally
great. I mean, obviously,
more
if we're
effective
really
than-
going to do
I-
it, we'll
I
have
would-
to do it
I
under
would imagine, at
scientific
least in my
observation.
experience,
But if we
more
can do
healthy.
it there, we can do it in a lab. Just like
You
I
know?
told Ions, listen, I can come out there, promise you, you don't have to wait. I'm always just have to turn my attention and it's there.
Yeah.
So, but there's other intelligent things around us that we can learn from.
Yeah, I think that there is, at the very least,
Yeah, but it's not just sugar pills.
something
It's like,
about
you know,
the human experience.
she gave me something like
that
ayahuasca based.
makes it seem that way. That you absolutely.
and,
I don't like.
yo,
you know,
dude.
Let's go back to our buddy Terrence
In fact, I
McKenna.
need to have some of
I don't
that
have to tell
right
you this.
now.
Like all you have to do is, in most people's cases, like
And
you don't need to do
I've
this,
taken,
but in
I've
most
always been
people's
skeptical
cases,
about
all you
homeopathy.
need to do is
But this is the
ingest
first time
a little bit
where, yo,
of
like,
certain types of
there's-
molecules,
it's
and your
it
perception of
undeniably
reality
works.
will fundamentally change. And it's not as simple as you're just under the influence of drugs. Someone I'm acquainted with, and a lot of people who've looked into this stuff, Dr. Andrew Gallimore, neuropharmacologist. He's one of the people who's been around the internet the most talking about
Like
DMT.
I was a
Even if you're going to talk
homeopathic
about it from
skeptic,
a neurochemical,
to say the
and,
least. Up until now,
I don't know, neuroscience.
Now I'm a believer.
We don't
Just
understand
gotta get the right stuff.
how the brain
You
is
gotta be
building its
consistent with it,
model
I
of
guess.
reality. And not only do we not understand that, we don't have a fucking clue how it's possible that you take something like DMT or you take a heroic dose of mushrooms and suddenly your brain begins modeling this wildly alien geometric, like, just almost where anything can happen. It's hugely emotional. It's hugely somatic. It's like a full being type of experience that's very intense and very profound. For a lot of people, very therapeutic. And to dismiss any of that as like, oh, it's just this or it's just that. It's not just anything. We don't have a clue what it is. And I personally am way warmer to the idea that you're onto, that we do live in this ecosystem, that we do live in a much larger, more dynamic
modern medicine
reality than we can sense.
Yo, dude,
Because,
I say whatever
again,
works,
to Donald
works.
Hoffman's point,
You know,
for people who don't know who
in
he
my
is, I'm sorry to
experience,
keep bringing him up, but he's
well, I mean, like,
becoming this very
I
famous
generally
cognitive
stay away
scientist who
from modern
really
medicine.
believes that
I'm one of the.
speaking,
I believe that
we're not seeing
just
reality. We're
alleviates.
seeing
It just puts a bandage on the
essentially a
symptom. Where
simplified,
Chinese medicine,
something what you always
homeopathy, etc.,
etc.,
it gets to the root of the problem.
Icon on your desktop. There really
the
is
root
no
of the problem
picture.
can often
It's all
be
code. It's
due
all layers
to
of things you can't
emotional
see.
things or things that you're not addressing.
He thinks the reality
AKA
that we live in, quote
shadow
unquote,
self,
is like that.
etc.,
And I
etc.
suspect
that
when you are
alternative
ingesting
medicine, the
things,
holistic
or
stuff,
when you go
kind of
through
just
something like Tom
allows you
Luther,
to connect with that.
you're gaining
to some
ability
extent or
to
another.
see into some of these layers of reality that we don't normally have the ability to see, and some of it may be, again, these like nebulous. Like, this is one of the things I love about Jung is he really
Like,
tries to change your thinking. Like, because what I was about to say is
I've
that
always refused
could be seeing something
antidepressants,
like the
even in my
collective
worst
unconscious
state.
or the
Instead, I
unconscious.
just took a shit ton
And
of acid.
most people would be like,
yeah,
oh, that kinda
I
makes
should have been
sense, you
more
know, he's
responsible
just
with
seeing
it,
the
but
unconscious. But
it
when you
works.
read Jung,
it definitely
you
works.
start to realize, and he calls it the mundus imaginarius.
But I'm
by
glad
the
your
way,
niece is doing
this like imaginal world, basically.
not having
And
cancer
when you
anymore.
read
That's
Jung,
that's
you
fucking
start to
awesome,
realize,
man.
hey, this is just as real as our
If it
waking
works, it
reality.
works.
It's different, but it's also real. It doesn't mean that, you know, in that realm, if I see a train, that it's going to run me over. But it doesn't also preclude that train from being real in another kind of sense that really matters. And it doesn't, and there is this weird relationship between the two that sometimes does seem permeable, sometimes not. And I don't know what to, I mean, I don't know what to make of that. But again, it's one of these questions and elements of reality that I agree with you. We definitely can't ignore it. And I think we're beginning to ignore it at our own peril and our own limitation. Because at least haphazardly, I think we've sort of tied a link
so
in this
come out
conversation
from over
between
here. That's
whatever that is
come from.
and the moving forward
I guess we
of
have to
human
go over
consciousness,
here.
of technology, of understanding, of mathematics.
Man.
And it seems like in almost every single case, those things, like all those people I listed,
I'm not
for
knocking
instance,
people
like a
who use.
who's who
I've seen people
of,
refuse modern
like,
medicine.
foundational
and
scientific
people do
thinkers,
something and they just get
all
worse
were
and
tapped
worse.
into this or thinking
Right.
about this or
Yeah,
reading
I mean,
this stuff.
again, I feel as though that
And I don't think you can dismiss it.
No. And you know,
if you're
so
taking holistic medicine and not really addressing the core issue,
Hoffman talked about, he said
AKA
something that
what's
stuck
going
with
on
me,
in your
because
head,
I've thought about this
going
a lot.
on in your
and
body.
It's funny. You talk about
you keep on eating, like, you know, refined sugars and shit
When
like
you
that.
talk
Yeah,
about a
you're not
Planck
going to get
scale,
better.
It's so small,
But
that 10 to the minus 33,
you,
whatever it is, there's
yeah.
nothing smaller than that. That's
do
measured.
what you're supposed to do.
Now, from my perspective,
it'll remove the block.
something happens if you're down that small.
Or
Now, and he's thinking
the
about the
ailments.
waves, or he talks about the waves because that's after something happens. But there's a liminal state. Something has to happen when you get down there. Maybe it's like water to ice to gas, but something is going to happen when you get down there. Now, why do I think that? Because sometimes while I'm doing Upside, I'm shown things like that. There's also, and I'm going to touch on a couple of things here. There's a book called Flatland. It was written in 18-something or other, and it talks about how two-dimensional beings would react with the three-dimensional world. And there's a video called, there's a Captain Quantum or something, and talks about Flatland. There's a great video that represents how a three-dimensional being would freak out a two-dimensional being because the two-dimensional being is talking to something above them, right? So I'm setting the stage for we live in this 3D world. This Upsite is 4D plus. Now, when I think about it I don't think about it from above necessarily. It definitely is above, but there's another so fascinating element, and you made me think about it because you talked about a train coming towards you. I could literally engage with Upside now, and I could watch a holographic train.
I'll say this:
come
in the case
towards
of my
me
dog,
and pass
it's been
through me.
alternative medicine
It
that's
would go right.
worked, and
it
Western
could
medicine,
startle me.
antibiotics, and stuff
No
like
joke,
that.
but I know it's not going to kill me. But this holographic image, of
quickly killing
maybe
him.
they're quantum waves or whatever is going to go through me. At the same time, and this is where I think
Let's get the fuck out
we
of here.
talk about four-dimensional spaces, how to define that. For me, what makes the fourth dimensional space, you see a typical tesseract they show, the cube with the extra parts of it.
Yeah.
That's good, but there's more than that, because in the four-dimensional space, the space itself is always changing shape. So it's shrinking. So it's not just that it is a four-dimensional space, but what that space does. When we take a ball and I throw it to you, I'm taking an object in 3 dimension, it's going to you, you're catching it, and it's passing through, air, and we're measuring it time. It takes 1 second to get there. And what about when space moves through space? You know what I mean? That's what I'm seeing, and I don't have answers. I'm just telling you. But I'm just telling you that is what I'm seeing, and it makes me think a lot about it, and it makes my head hurt.
Yeah. Well, that makes me think of like
happening.
That makes me think of like a Mandelbrot hard zoom, right? Like that, our brains cannot. Like the Mandelbrot fractal wasn't discovered that long ago.
Wait, that's right behind you.
Right. Yeah. But if you watch a Mandelbrot hard zoom, like the zoom in, how it just, you can just dedicate all the computing power of your computer to just continuously zoom into this fractal structure that will always change. Yet we fully understand the mathematics of what it is and the mathematical rules that govern it, so you can model it. So that's one of the most mind-bending things, at least to an idiot like me in terms of mathematics, that like we have the ability to mathematically express things that are far beyond our understanding or our ability to ascertain, but we can also demonstrate them to be real, like a Mandelbrot fractal. And what's wild about Mandelbrot fractals is clearly so many things in nature are governed by that overarching rule, whatever you want to call it, are expressing that macro cosmic platonic form of math or whatever, like flowers, and everybody has seen this stuff. And I mean, maybe like the negative space of that you're talking about of the fourth dimension that's always changing is just like governed by some rule like that, but we have no way of seeing it, so we don't know.
Well, it's funny in this mathematical idea. So the fractal you're talking about stays the same at scale. I think they call it scale invariant.
Later, I guess.
There's some of the mathematical objects I found. One of them blows my mind. Let's say you start with a square number 4 and you can add a constant number. Let's say it's 4 plus 19, and we'll take you to the next square, which is 9. And then 19 again, it'll take you to the next square, which is 16. 9 again, or whatever the number is, take the next square. But I've done this so much, and this blows my mind now. There's one I can add a constant number to get to the next square, and it's not the next square in a sequence, it's another certain amount of squares. But one of the times when I do it, it jumps 2 square numbers.
I think I'm not
the same constant, but it doesn't go to the next one, it goes 2 more. I can't figure it out. And I'm like, how is, and then it gets constant again. So I don't know what's happening, and I think when I present it to, I haven't heard of anybody that somebody with mathematical skills said, "Here's your error,"
use that stuff to
and it's going to be a very simple fix. But the other part of me thinks something extraordinary happening when the scale changes, the mathematical scale changes. It's obviously, and it jumps to another scale, and that's what
like something is emergent. Yeah, something is like emergent.
Perfect word. The emergent phenomena of the mathematical model I'm using. I don't have an answer, and that's been bugging me for 10 years.
Something about it's crazy because talking. So now we're getting into this realm of like, who knows what the fuck we're talking about, woo in it, but it's fun. So yeah, to continue this analogy of like a 2D creature interacting with a 3D creature, right? Like there is like a 2D straight line or a 2D plane versus having a 3-dimensional space like we human beings would live in. We can imagine that lower level of reality. Like if you've ever played a 2D side-scrolling video game, like it's easy to imagine. But what the human brain really struggles with is trying to go up another dimension. And I'm not talking about like 5D in the sense of like, you know, Pleiadian New Age stuff. I'm talking about like actually like adding another plane mathematically onto your feet. Your brain doesn't function like that, at least unless you're talking about in the highest Platonic mathematical sense. Like your senses do not function like that. Like none of our senses function in that kind of a realm. So we have a very difficult time understanding what it would mean to be a fourth dimensional creature or anything beyond that. And then when you start to even entertain the idea that these beings could and probably do exist, like why wouldn't they exist? Then you have to ask the impossible to answer question of what would it be like to interact with one of those beings?
A million
And
basic items in
I don't know.
Vitamin
I mean,
Shop.
maybe it would be something
Yeah,
like
I
an
mean, like-
anomalous UFO type encounter.
I think it really boils
Maybe it
down
would
to the
be
doctor,
something like a
you
crazy
know?
psychedelic experience.
If
where
it's
the
a
thing
one-size-fits-all thing, I'm
change
not
its
going to trust it
appearance.
personally.
It can appear to you as an emotion. It can appear to you as a color. I don't know. But when you start to open that can of worms, the brain bristles at that kind of an idea, almost like the idea of infinity or something. It's like I don't know. It's just too big. It's not possible for me to understand. Because you're talking about like exactly what you were talking about with math, where there's like this emergent level where the structure changes now, and we know there's that below us for sure. So it's probably above us, and there's probably things that exist in whatever that is.
Yeah. You know, it's funny too. So you're talking about above or below. And when I started working on this mathematical model, it was in front, and this is weird. The language is important. It's extraordinarily important. It was in front of and behind. So I was building this mathematical model and I was going towards it, like consider it like a horizon line.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going towards this thing. And Fortnite's a big game. You know, you get to the center, right? So, and then I would think about the numbers that were behind me and my brain couldn't wrap its head around it. So it's funny. I was like, you know what? That's too hard. This is freaking hard. That's just forget it. That's AI. That's next level hard. And I was like, okay, we'll worry about that later. It will take care of itself.
Yeah,
but I needed to go this way. So once I got to the center, I was done. I'm like, okay. So the reason I say 5D plus, you say above, but I'm going to say behind. And I think it's really, really interesting that we're using this kind of languages because it's not the same thing.
Right,
I think
right,
they're
right.
both right. I think they're both right, but they're not the same thing.
Yeah, really important because if you're talking about a higher dimension, it's here. Like it's not above or something. It's like it's literally here, but in a way that we can't perceive.
Right. People say smaller dimensions folded up. That's helpful. Definitely that's helpful. As far as the non-human intelligence, there are the traditional grays. If you want to talk about the gray, I talk about this on other podcasts.
Yeah.
But when I was seeing this, I've seen those beings in holographic form, without a doubt. I've seen those gray beings, and people call themselves star seeds, and they say they're getting downloads. I have no reason to not believe them because of what's happened to me. So I am. Some people say you're credulous. Maybe I'm going to give people a lot of leeway because what I'm doing and seeing and have gone through is extraordinary. If somebody that's
I don't know, man. I've met some really healthy people that have never taken a vaccine in their life.
I'm not getting messages from anything, but I am
and they never get sick. They take all the holistic stuff and
things
all that shit.
And that in itself is
They
extraordinary.
have to hide the fact that they don't.
And
that they don't take
you know,
that
hard
stuff
for
either,
some
which
people
is
to accept. But
kinda
if you pay
sad.
attention to the news, everyone knows something is going on, or maybe not everyone. Maybe people are dismissing.
I mean, like,
I
if
know
you take
something.
raw
Let's put it
garlic,
this way.
right,
I know
that's supposed to,
something is
like,
going on.
destroy
I have
all
no
parasites
insider
from your body.
information. I have no information other than what I can glean when I am surfing the organic metaverse or when I am on an expedition through this hidden biosphere. I pick up things, and again, I've got a dozen years of stuff that I've picked up. Some of it should be intellectual property. Some of it I'm just holding on to for the time to be right. And that's coming. But right now, I want to connect.
I don't know,
wanna
man.
find
I've
out
seen the
somebody else
difference
has this
in
just like
myself
me. I
by
want
taking
somebody-
just raw
I want-
garlic.
This is the dream.
Every day.
Somebody that can do what I do, but has a subject matter expert. A geneticist with upside. a brilliant mathematician with an upside, an astrophysicist with upside, quantum physicist with upside. And then it's like, forget it, sky's the limit.
Yeah,
and I
that'd
think,
be so
and I think it's an evolutionary step. I think what happened to me is a mutation. We talked about the drugs and stuff, but I think something was upregulated in my genes. Maybe I did it, stress, whatever
Fish
drugs,
feeding
but
the
something
garlic doesn't kill their
obviously
parasites.
changed.
Tried several times,
And I'm
had to
seeing
break it
more.
down, give
I
them
think
medicine.
people also might have this or a version,
Interesting.
but their parents said,
But we ain't
"Don't
fish,
say that. You're
man."
gonna be crazy. Or even as an adult, you know, I don't forget. I'm not talking about. I'm not engaging it. I'm hoping somebody starts realizing, or maybe somebody's been sitting on this for years and they're like, oh, now I can talk about it. Somebody else is the punching bag, you know, the guy in
I've never
front.
heard of someone giving
And,
a fish,
I'm okay
fish
with that.
garlic. That's pretty insane.
I am totally okay with
Not
that.
insane.
Well,
but
let's get to some of the weirdest
concept.
shit you've experienced, because I think we've hopefully done a good job of demonstrating that we're coming at this from a nuanced perspective. We don't know what's going on. However, I know you have had some pretty crazy experiences because, you know, as you've said, you can interact with this. You can be a player in this. You can try to follow things. You can try to travel this space.
Fish
and I know
love
traveling
garlic,
this
huh?
space, you've had some really weird experiences with things that seem like extraterrestrials or seem like higher life forms. And I've heard that story where you came upon what felt like gray aliens. Would love to hear that story again, or if you have any other ones too that you.
No, let's tell that one because, like I said, it's perfect for this audience. Hopefully, we've built some credibility on what is happening. Certainly know that I'm seeing something, right? Now, so I'm going to tell the story. When I started doing this, actually, let's talk about I wrote a blog for IONS Noetics Institute. It's called Is Upsight Ability, Is Upsight a Psychic Ability? And the answer I say is yes.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
like,
and then I talk about telepathy.
you don't want to give garlic to
precognition,
dogs,
remote
so
viewing,
I don't know if it would work the same way with fish.
Something else I can't remember. It doesn't matter.
But I know
I talk
my
about
experience,
why
it works
so
pretty
what
well.
happened is when I first started doing this, I would sit in there, and one time, I mean, I would sit and just look off.
I'm a natural
Astroprojection,
fish
that's
super
it.
nut job.
I would just look
I use
off
chemical
and watch it.
energies to put anything
One time, I'm
unnatural
literally
with
just
them.
traveling through Upsight, however it is, and I stumble upon
Wait,
this
I
ship
chemical-
filled
I
with
use
gray
chemicals or I
aliens,
don't
right?
use
There are a
chemicals?
dozen of them. They're standing in a circle. Remember, holographic form,
chemical.
one color tint, that kind of stuff. And they're looking down at what looks like a glass table, right? And I'm looking, and I'm getting closer to him, and I realize it's not an empty glass table at all. It is they are remote viewing a town with people in it walking around. And I'm looking closer, and I realize they're working as a chorus. The person that was in one Gray's field of vision with their big eyes, when it left this Gray's field of vision, the Gray next to it would have to pick it up, or it seemed like have to. But they were all working as a chorus. I don't know if they were remote viewing that town. I don't know if they were influencing what they were looking at. All I know, they were hyper paying attention at it, and I also knew that they all had a part to play in creating this 360-degree view of this town in the U.S. somewhere with the people walking through it. Again, don't know what they were doing. I just watched what they were doing. When this happened, while I'm doing it, I'm looking. Two of the Grays turned. They paid it. They looked at me, right? Made eye contact with me, and I'm like, "Huh? Can they see me?" Right? And they started coming towards me. Boom! I'm done. I'm like, "Okay, this is scary. I'm out." So that was one of the first times I realized I am not only in this space, navigating it, but this space has intelligent beings that can see me. And when you're in there and they can see you, I mean, it's a different thing. You know, there's exchange of information. Now, let's be clear. Most of the time, whatever I'm interacting with, let's call it the universe or some hidden knowledge, maybe it was hidden part of my brain. It's not always like that, but it is sometimes like that. And I've had other instances with the Grays. Again, not usually communication, but from my perspective, they're kind of a nuisance. Right? Sometimes I'd be working on the math, and they would just get there and then be a nuisance. So I don't know what their purpose was. There's so many people that are studying this as a career, as a job. They take it very seriously, and I respect them. But that's not my
I'm not
path.
saying I don't believe you.
You know, my path is to find out from the conscious side, like you say, getting into lab science side. Okay, actually, while I
Where
was at
is the
Ions,
shop?
I'm doing the tests. A gray walks up behind me. Well, not it walks up. It appears, and I do think there's like a biofield, by the way. So something can come behind me, even though I'm focusing in front, so I can see it. And I don't. It's not like I feel it. I can see this thing getting closer. And I'm like, shit. What should I do? Because my head's hooked up to the EEG machine. I'm trying to do this test. There's no corruption. It's very strict. I'm like, okay, it will go away. So it showed up a couple of times. I completely ignored it, and it went away. So if this test, if there was another type of test we would have been taking, we could have studied my EEG waves while this being showed up. So that is in fact provable. That is in fact repeatable. I can get in a lab and see what happens, because many times when I do this, things show up. Right? It's like maybe it's like singing in a forest. Something's going to hear you, and it's going to pay attention. Again, I don't know. It's so new. But it's cool and it's fun, and it can be scary at times, but it can be extremely exciting at times too. So that's one of the times, and that was one of the probably the most extraordinary exchanges I've had, or things I've seen in there.
It really sounds a lot like, anybody who's ever looked into any of these things, like the gateway process, or remote viewing, where
Am I done?
Of course, if you're skeptical, the first thing you're gonna think is, like, what's this? This sounds like absolute nonsense. Like, you can
what else am I supposed to buy?
You can non-locally view things, but
of this place.
obviously, I don't need to tell you, and I don't need to tell most people listening, that the government was deeply invested in this process, studied this process. Like, there's been movies made about Project Stargate and all of its other names. This was a huge intelligence and counterintelligence operation. I don't know, maybe not huge, but significant, that during the Cold War, we were actively trying to use psychic spies to spy on the Russians and Russian assets, and they were also doing it to us, and we know this stuff. A lot of this stuff has been declassified. A lot of these people are still alive, are doing interviews.
I'm nowhere to be.
Seem very credible, and a lot of the things that you're saying sound very similar to what they're saying, in that
the big picture. I mean,
some of them at least say that we live in this they have words for it. Like, I think one of the words is like loosh, or like, I can't remember, but it's this idea that we're like living in an ecosystem of all kinds of things that we don't normally have the ability to see, and some of them are not friendly. It's like some of them
just walking along and bam,
are not benevolent, to put it mildly.
So I set up shop and never looked back.
So yeah,
decision I ever made.
I don't know. Have you looked into that stuff, and do you feel like that?
Oh yeah,
could be similar to what's going on with you?
Well, this is really funny, Michael, and it is really funny. So in my book, I talk about these encounters, but I was always high, unreliable narrator under. So it's kind of a fear and loathing, alien thing. But it happened, but I minimized it, right? Because I wanted to, because I knew I had to include it, but there were some funny things that happened with the aliens, some embarrassingly funny, but still funny. But it felt like there was a reason I had to be separated from my family. So people talk about getting abducted. I was never abducted. You could make a case that maybe I was coerced. I don't know. Looking back, maybe it was a friendly. Again, as a recovering addict, I've been 11 years sober. Actually, I didn't say that at the beginning. I don't do any drugs because I knew I wasn't going to be taken seriously. If I said it, I didn't say how long. So I don't do drugs. And the unreliable narrator from the book, but those things did happen, and you can make a case looking back now, if you believe in that, right, that maybe they did a kinder, gentler separation from the family so they could look at me. And the fact that I was on St. John's, right in the Bermuda Triangle, does not escape me. Right on the water. When I was in California, I was right on the water. There may be an element to that. To answer your question, do I look into this? I did not get any response from the traditional academic community. And I said, I am not going to New Age, and I'm not going to ufology. I'm not going to do any of that. The only reason I finally did is Avril Haines, the director of national security, is in Washington, D.C. at the National Cathedral in November of 2021. And she says, we're studying extraterrestrials. We should look into extraterrestrials. It gave me the permission, the green light. I'm like, you know what?
God damn.
If they're saying it here, I'm going to start looking for answers there. right? So I did, and I started hanging out on UFO Twitter. And don't do it; it's a shit show, and there's a lot of crap.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
There's a lot of crap over there, but I needed that education for all the UFO-tainment. And I've met some cool people that like there, but it's a lot of misdirection for the government. It doesn't matter why. My point is, I've looked into it. There's something going on, and it helped me get answers and to know to go to Dean Radin, who studies psi abilities. That's how I learned to find out the people I should talk to. So I needed to, I'm going to use this word, the UF Overton window, right? I need to expand the UF Overton window and go outside my defined parameters to actually look over there.
On YouTube,
because
brand new
even though they don't have all the answers, they know something's going on, and they help me point to the direction to help me get answers. But
since the game has come out.
I definitely want to go back to the
January
consciousness side
13th of
and
2023.
not
We
that
got
they're
a little
not
bit of
serious
New Year's
academics.
gift from the
I
developers.
want to prove
They
it.
gave
I
us
don't want to wait for
7
somebody
gigabyte
else to come
update
forward
actually
for a
fix the forums
whistleblower to
go
come
ahead and
behind the
access
scenes and say,
achievement.
we've got 0 point energy.
The final achievement, which I'll show
we
you guys
can
in the
do
forum
this
here, is still
with
bugs
the
in the way,
right
but I'm going to show you
people,
guys
and
a
I
way
can
to
help
work
do
around
it.
that.
Whatever
and
it
that
is,
way
if
you
that
guys can
makes
get the
sense.
achievement
Does that
probably
answer your
before they're going to
question?
patch it
It
again.
does,
Probably have
and
to
I think
wait
you're really
another few months in order to actually patch it and complete it the way it should be. But just to go over it, one quick second. The Mods Please Ban achievement says unlock every post in the Bounty Hunter forums, and this one's going to be basically just marking complete on every single one of these forums down here. And so on the right side where it says next post, you're going to see a challenge. You're going to want to make sure that each one of these say complete all the way through. So this one obviously right here says buy all items from a vendor in Zephyr. This is the bugged one. So if you guys are stuck on this one right here, it says buy all items from a vendor in Zephyr. This is the video for you. Now, again, go ahead, complete all the other ones as you guys can see here, and then leave this one for last, and then follow the following steps, and we're going to get the achievement to 100% high on life. So make sure you guys do subscribe once you complete this. So a new playthrough is underneath where I'm going to actually buy them. Right up here, will say a line of dialogue, something along. So I have everything bought from this vendor. There's nothing here that I can buy behind him.
Come check me out.
All right, right after from coming toward the this I'm making sure this time around by that big stuff, and then so the invisible volleyball to appear. It's kind of crazy that we waited this long for an invisible volleyball, but you know what though, it's as long as the achievement pops, we're fine. So there's gonna be 3 guys right here. Easy does it. 1, 2, 3, and then there should be some drones. The drones should be easy, and then these guys as well. I've also heard too, big shout out to the people on the screen right now. I'll post a Discord message from our True Achievements Discord. My buddy Tony Calzoni was asking about it yesterday and found out that you might need to restart the checkpoint, maybe load back into the game. But there should be an invisible volleyball right here that you can buy, and there is. So you can see completely invisible volleyball right here, and this should complete the achievement. So we're gonna buy this invisible volleyball. Check, buy all items from a vendor in Zephyr, and we got the 60G achievement. Mods Please Ban, unlock every.
Boy, okay. All your tanks got dirt bottoms with sand over to keep the water clear. Tons of plants everywhere. We I don't know if you know this, but my studio, we do videos for a guy who is I guess a middleman for fish, and he basically it's a channel for fish aficionados, people learning to get their own aquarium running, all that sort of stuff.
Squeeze these out, fuckers!
It's called The Fish Files. That's the name of the YouTube channel. Curious to see what you feel about his channel. We got it monetized really quick on YouTube.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling that.
this town is giant. We got buildings, we got banks, we got more banks. Problem is, we ain't got people. I built a town with no one in it. And now we're offering everybody a complimentary 10 pesos to come and stand around the town.
Do you do the fish so you have some protein to eat? Or do you farm the fish for your protein?
Power slide!
Getting good at aquaponics. How big of a tank do you need to do something like that? I would imagine like beta fish wouldn't be big enough for you to eat, you know?
Look at them go!
Dude, I feel like at that point you're like a villain.
Cause I'm gonna murder you.
Creating like a whole fish tank, a fish farm. You watch them, you care for them just to eat them. Oh, there's something really funny about that.
Oh, come on, quit running. Hey there, I'm the quartermaster around here. Wanna buy something?
Heck, dude.
Hi there. Back to the grind.
You called and I picked up.
I'll do better. Fish farming, you need 300-gallon tub at least. Oh, wow. You've actually just harvested 5 pineapples that you grow for all your lemons, peppers, and all that other shit. Ah! You ain't see the farmer.
Hi there.
You're above fish. You're above land and below the water for your product.
Go ahead, kill me. I'm not afraid of anything. I like you, but I'm still killing you.
I hope joining the G3 was worth it.
Hello, welcome back.
No invisible thing.
All the other moplets hate the G3s so much, but life before they got here was not that much better. I mean, I remember before we
From
were
our True
slaves
Achievements
and we
Discord,
could
my
do
buddy
whatever
Tony
we wanted,
Calzone, and you can buy, and there
you know, some
and found out
level
that
of stress in
Mystic
that. Like,
is
what am I
there
gonna
to
do
the end
today? And,
over the
now
lava.
I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna only be in the store.
Over the lava, and then over here, over here to the right will be the enemies that we want to make sure we take out. So up there, you'll see straight ahead. That's who we need to take out in order for this cheat or for the invisible volleyball to appear. It's kind of crazy that we waited this long for an invisible volleyball, but you know what though? It's as long as each of them pops, we're fine. So there's gonna be 3 guys right here. Easy does it. 2 more on the stairs. Should be very straightforward. And then up here, there should be, I believe, 1, 2, 3, and then there should be some drones. The drones should be easy, and then these guys as well. I've also heard, too, big shout out to the people on screen right now. I'll post a Discord message from our True Achievements Discord. My buddy Tony Calzone was asking about it yesterday and found out that you might need to restart the checkpoint, maybe load back into the game. But there should be an invisible volleyball right here that you can buy, and there is. So you can see completely invisible volleyball right here, and this should complete the achievement. So we're gonna buy this invisible volleyball. Shack, buy all items from.
Try this 2 more times, man. Might have to do the good old-fashioned reinstalling of the game. People are suggesting. Most think modern medicine's really effective. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that it's effective. In my experience, it just puts a band-aid on the situation, at least for me. But I mean, everybody's body chemistry is different. I usually tough shit out. I don't take painkillers or anything like that. Even when I've like had surgery done. Just don't like it.
Oh, back again?
Alright, let's kill everything. Let's kill everything this time.
You know this shit is toxic, right? Don't you get tired running around so much?
Can you hear me?
Enough with their bullet jargon.
Break that shit.
healthy then. I'd shake your hand, but I have genetically weak wrists. It's why the G3 assigned me to tend
Bro.
shop instead of hard labor.
Is this game really gonna do this to me? Is this game really gonna do this to me?
Everyone loves to complain. That's all it is. Krubis killed my family. And I don't mean like they died in a
That's-
fever or
that's-
something. I mean,
that's really frustrating.
personally walked into my house and murdered them in front of me. And do you
Go
really
check that
think
last one. First one again, real quick.
Dream Team back in action.
better to live on my knees than die on my feet? That's what I always say.
This is really annoying.
Up and at 'em!
Ceruthian is back, and he's got a brand new protege. Yep, that's right. It's the big bad bounty hunter you've been hearing all about. They've been taking down the G3 one by one, and now they're ready to work for you. They'll kill your mean boss, your ex-husband, anybody, doesn't matter. Just come on down to Gene Ceruthian's Bounty Hunting Emporium. It's the weird house in Lim City Plaza, right near Florida. If a weird girl yells at you, just walk right past her. She's not important. Gene Ceruthian's Bounty Hunting Emporium, located at the big house in the middle of Lim City Plaza.
Hey there, human fans. I'm Humandor the Human.
You ever hear any Gatlian stand-up comedy? There was this one comic who had this great bit about how green guns are different than blue guns. So funny.
this real quick. Alright, got it. Jeez, that's so annoying, dude. Kill 240 mites. First, I gotta thank this guy on YouTube.
Yeah, that's really...
So it's the frogs that are the mites. Okay. All right.
I don't want to have to deal with many of you. Yes, I will, though. I got a trim hole that's just itching to launch some dicks out of.
Hey, guess what? My trick hole is ready again.
The good thing about bugs is nobody gives a shit if you kill them.
Gus is in the house.
Aliens. Looks be half alien. Ancient astronauts theories say yes. Yeah. Bro. I'll be on that shit, dog.
This is a bumpy ride here,
I think
buddy.
Lil Wayne's an alien. I think he's an ancient alien. A retarded one. He kind of looks like Yahweh, if Yahweh was a little more dark-skinned, right? I wanna listen to C.S. Lewis. What was it? C.S. Lewis on aliens?
This is a hot topic today.
if we discovered aliens, would it disprove God? But what would Lewis say? What's
Lewis
his
would
response
say
to his
a
book?
loud, resounding no. For him, there's no hesitation on that. And I think that's part of what his reasoning was for writing this series, is to say, wait a minute, so many people who are writing this as if, okay, aliens disprove everything we know. And he's like, no, they might actually prove some of the things we know. They might indeed probably would make us rethink some of what we know. In one of his essays says, talks about the verse where Jesus says, other sheep have I that are not of this fold. And where Jesus is clearly talking about Jews and Gentiles in that passage. But we could apply this same thing to, he may have other sheep who are not of the earthling fold as well. Just as the story of the angels is a story of another fold, if you will. So aliens for him would be the story of another fold. One of the reasons that C.S. Lewis wrote Out of the Silent Planet was to engage with H.G. Wells and the Men on the Moon. And so he imagines another planet sort of alongside what H.G. Wells does, to say, no, when we come across other lives, they might not be these atheist beings that you're imagining. They might reinforce what we have on Earth, or what we think here on Earth already, or at least some of us. In a sense, it felt like a reimagining of H.G. Wells' interplanetary travel kind of stuff. Although his was on the moon, not actually another planet.
I think sometimes maybe the way people read the Bible can affect it. Like, well, it doesn't say anything in the Bible, therefore it's not there. It's like, well, if you applied that concept to everything that we even just discover in our world, that sort of fails. But we believe things that are in complete disharmony.
Right. But if I could pull in Lewis's Narnia series just a second here. In there, he talks when Lucy, this is in Prince Caspian, when Lucy sees him and the others don't, and then she says, sees Aslan, and the others do not see him. And then she goes and says, well, what if I would have followed you? And then he says, well, you don't know the story of what would have happened if you only know the story in front of you. And then she also asks about some other story, but he basically tells her, you know your story. There are many other stories. You know yours. That's the one you're responsible to. And so it's kind of, I think that would also play in here. It's like, yeah, we know ours. As we learn more about other stories, we're responsible for them too. But for now, we're given the story that we're given, and that's what we're responsible to. Ray Bradbury imagines alien life elsewhere, and kind of also thinks about if God would reveal himself to other places, how would that be? And so he has several stories actually where he does the same thing. And Lewis actually names Ray Bradbury he has a short essay on science fiction. He names Bradbury as one of those who is not sort of in the field of the atheist scientists who are trying to prove atheism through science fiction. That's kind of what he talked about, some of them.
Yeah. Oh, it's one of those things where if you have a deep understanding of scripture and theology, then I don't think this question really is a bothersome question at all, because diversity is a part of the creator. I mean, he is exploding with creativity. That's why he's the creator.
Yes, right.
And so that's never really been a question that's tripped me up.
Yeah, I'm fucking winded, buddy.
For me, I wonder if there are other life forms that are intelligent like ours. When will we meet them? Will we meet them before Christ returns and makes things all new?
Right.
Or will Christ make things all new and then sort of springboard us out into the universe?
All new.
To meet the unfallen races.
This made me think of
maybe
an
never
X-Men title,
fell.
All New Christ, All New
Or maybe
X-Men.
he created them after the crucifixion, as Lewis even kind of proposes with Perelandra. That was created after the incarnation, which is a bizarre. Whoa, I've never even had that thought before.
Right.
So, a lot of curveballs that Lewis throws, and minds can throw. But I think that if I were to speculate that Christ renews and makes things all new, he brings heaven and earth together, and then he allows us to sort of springboard out into the renewed cosmos to perhaps meet meet our
Kill
brothers and
140,
sisters.
80,
Who knows?
480.
Yeah, no, that's good. One of your comments reminded me.
You just
Lewis
keep
says
on upping
in
up,
one of his
upping
essays
it?
that
That's ridiculous.
evil
Come on.
always happens the same way, but good has so many different ways that it could happen. And I think that's in a sense what he gives us with Malacandra and Paralandra. He's not saying, oh, there's just one possibility of humans not falling. There's different ways that good things could happen. If we fall, it's always through rebellion against God. And so it's almost like that one rebellion against the way that God has set the universe. It's that one boring way for him of doing evil. It's the same old story. Whereas good can happen in so many different creative ways. And so, and then we have, again, the diversity.
Man,
of
I think the way that
interesting that
society's been collapsing is
what's the
it's
idea
trick of the devil. It's very, very creative.
Species of now, of what we would think of as human. He puts in different species on the different planets, and they get along well. And he's kind of a minority. And I really think of the anti-Semitism that's going around during World War II, and think of that again. It's like, is he entering the conversation about, that kind of human or that kind of human by talking about now in this way and saying,
how could he not when you're watching the stop through everything and trying to dominate others? That's why I'm
right. Kristallnacht, by the way, happened the very year he published the first book. So that's when a lot of Europe first woke up to what Hitler's doing by having all these shopkeepers, Jewish shopkeepers, their places just ransacked by the public, and basically pushing for the public to do that in Germany and the rest of the world, kind of sitting up.
The devil is a master of deception,
but,
and to be a master of deception, you've got to be creative.
Before Kristallnacht happened, Out of the Silent Planet, so the others would have been after that. So he's been very well aware that this conversation was happening and that Jews were being targeted.
This guy needs to study
before
evil a little bit, man.
People probably in Europe, people wouldn't have been as aware of it for sure.
That is a beautiful slide. Got that, Mike.
See a world open of sound, and a heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. The magician is the most mysterious and fascinating of all archetypes. That the magician has fascinated human consciousness since ancient times is evident by taking a casual glance at all the myths, legends, literature, movies, and video games in which he appears. In literature, he often appears as a wild man, a seer, a hermit, or a madman living far away from civilization, and in contact with nature, animals, and humans. A magician is a person who has gained access to esoteric or occult, hidden knowledge, bringing the spiritual to the material. He has what the English visionary artist William Blake calls fourfold vision. It is a glimpse of eternity, whereby the smallest things in the world hold a cosmic significance. Thus, the magician has a deep relationship with the unseen realm, which coexists with us, but on a different level of reality or consciousness. The magician is the mentor or guide to his people, and even to the king. In all the times when a king became possessed by his anger and wanted to punish others unjustly, the magician, with measured and reasoned thinking, would reawaken the king's conscience and good sense by releasing him from his tempestuous mood. The old magician, in effect, was the king's psychotherapist. Those rulers who failed to take the counsel of a magician were more likely to become tyrannical dictators, leading to the fall of their empire. The magician has become ever-present in our collective consciousness. Professor Dumbledore in Harry Potter, Gandalf in The Lord of the Rings, the Jedi Masters Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi in Star Wars, etc. Early in the hero's journey, the young hero receives assistance from his mentors who have magical powers, so that he may gain knowledge and practical skills to overcome his dragon, and gather the gold and share it with his people, allowing the hero to mature into manhood. The magician is an initiate of secret and hidden knowledge of all kinds. All knowledge that takes special training to acquire is the province of the magician energy. The most popular magician archetype is Merlin of the Arthurian legend. which inspired our modern popular fiction. He is a sage with gifts of clairvoyance, prophecy, and magic powers. He forms part of the literary genre of chivalric romance, which evokes magic, heroic knights, dragons, and distressed damsels. Merlin's the advisor to King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, who embark on a quest in search of the Holy Grail. Though Merlin remains for the most part hidden in the background, his presence is felt. The archetype of the magician stands out as an uncanny, mysterious, distant, and sometimes even a disturbing figure. Merlin was begotten by an incubus and born of an innocent virgin. He is a child prodigy, a product of the terrestrial and the supernatural. Merlin is a prophet sent from hell, the Antichrist, whose birth is intended to reverse the effect of Christ's coming to hell. The light side of his mother, however, ultimately triumphs, and Merlin becomes the embodiment of the whole man, the self, a figure that holds the union of opposites, light and dark, in one being. This struggle of opposites also arises when Merlin tells the king that there's a red dragon and white dragon fighting underneath the kingdom, which is the reason the walls of his tower kept collapsing. This is something that people were unconscious of, but which they felt nonetheless. Merlin possesses the ability to see into the depths and to diagnose the roots of a problem that cannot or will not be seen on the surface. Before the Arthurian legend, however, Merlin had roots in Welsh mythology as the bard Myrddin the Wild, who had gone mad after being involved in a war and fled civilization to become a wild man of the woods, a reference, perhaps, to the Roman invasion of the Druids in ancient Celtic cultures. After Merlin vanished from the world into the forest, people still hear his cries. So the legend runs, but they cannot understand or interpret them. The figure of Merlin arises from the tension between paganism and Christianity. The Swiss psychiatrist and psychoanalyst Carl Jung writes, "The magician has preserved in himself a trace of primitive paganism. He possesses a nature that is still unaffected by the Christian dichotomy, and is in touch with the still pagan unconscious, where the opposites lie side by side in their original naive state, beyond the reach of sinfulness, but liable, if assimilated into conscious life, to beget evil as well as good, with the same daimonic energy. Therefore, he is a destroyer as well as a savior. This figure is therefore preeminently suited to become the symbol carrier for an attempt at unification." Along with Merlin, the other great archetype of the magician is Thoth, the ancient Egyptian god of wisdom, magic, and writing, who later became syncretized with Hermes, the Greek messenger of the gods, and Psychopomp, resulting in Hermes Trismegistus,
What?
a sage and magician to whom all true
Yeah,
people
Abrahamic religions in
dedicated their
general,
discoveries
but
of
like,
their wisdom, including the
I feel as though that
and various works known as the Hermetic.
people in Muslim countries are
related on the
less
one hand
likely to practice
astrology,
paganism
medicine,
because
botany,
Muslims
alchemy,
have a habit
and
of keeping their
and on the other,
countries
to
locked
religious,
down, not really
spiritual,
giving them any
and
really
mystical teachings.
freedom of
Hermetic writings
expression to
contain
do
a great
so,
deal
which
of
is why
magic,
Islam
as is
is
seen in the Greek magical papyri, which
a
shows
dominating
collection
force
of
in the
hundreds of
universe.
spells, formulae, rituals, and hymns that span nearly every situation imaginable, and the Chironides, which illustrates the secret forces of nature.
And also,
how
I don't
they
think
can
like
learn
Jung was really dealing with Islam too much.
protection and healing, while classical scholars
Back in the day.
these magical texts as merely superstitious. Others see them as a collection of
I don't
great
think Islam
religious
was nearly
literature.
as widespread.
Practitioners
Islam
of
was
magic
nearly
have
as
had a
widespread
long
as it is
history of
now.
persecution, for magic was
I
considered
could be
heresy,
wrong.
an unwelcome and improper expression of religion, the religion of the other. This brought about an intensive period of witch hunts, especially in early modern Europe. Magic is, in fact, the shadow of religion, representing its unknown, repressed, and hidden qualities. Astrology became astronomy, and alchemy became not only chemistry, but also, according to Jung, the forerunner of our modern psychology of the unconscious. In this sense, magic is also called the mother of science. Despite the persecution of the magicians, they could not, of course, be cast out. None of the archetypes of the collective
I read the
unconscious
whole thing
can
when
be.
I was 13
Jungian
years old.
analyst Marie-Louise von
It
Franz
wasn't
writes,
fun in Arabic.
Magic is
I know how to
probably
read
one of
Arabic.
the
I don't
oldest
understand
of
what I'm
man's
reading,
spiritual
though.
activities. Whenever a new conscious attitude arises, the old knowledge, the previous attitude, sinks onto the level of magic. Magic is therefore the older form of spiritual and religious knowledge and activity, which has been superseded by new spiritual religious attitude, and therefore has sunk back into a more unconscious condition. One of the most ancient forms of magic were fertility rituals, used to propitiate the gods in order to ensure plentiful crops and fertile women. This works through sympathetic magic, which is based on the principle of correspondence. It proposes that one can influence something based on its resemblance to another thing, like affects like, such that forces of nature are to be influenced by the act carried out in the ritual. For example, Paleolithic cave paintings were associated with the magic of the hunt. Perhaps these paintings were made to act out a hunt before it began, or to consecrate the animal to be killed. Humans have had magical religious impulses through all of recorded history, and presumably before. The Sorcerer is the name for an enigmatic painting found in a French cavern known as the Sanctuary. It was made around 13,000 BC, and seems to be some kind of great spirit or master of animals. In ancient Mesopotamia, magical incantations were inscribed on cuneiform clay tablets. Rituals were performed by the Asipu, who were well versed in the magical arts, but also likely in medicine, priesthood, and scholarship. Magicians used to serve as advisors to kings and great leaders, and apotropaic magic was used as a defense against evil sorcerers and for banishing the effect of evil influences, such as a curse or evil eye, with the help of good luck charms, amulets, talismans, certain gestures, etc.
Well, I mean,
Today we
I
still
think it says
not
it all
a word
that
to ward off
Muslims
bad luck.
believe in Jesus.
Apotropaic magic became widespread in ancient Greece. The Sumerian god Enki was associated with magic
says a lot,
and regarded
I would
as the source of all arcane knowledge. For the ancient Mesopotamians and ancient Egyptians, magic was a way of life. They did not distinguish between rational science and magic. The Egyptians deified magic in the form of the god Heka. The main principle centered on the power of words to bring things into being. We may compare this idea with the magical word abracadabra, which appeared in late Greek writings and was used as an amulet inscription primarily to vanquish illness, and is possibly related to the Gnostic god Abraxas. Though the meaning of the word is uncertain, some have translated it as, "I will create as I speak." This also runs parallel to the creation of the world in Genesis, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Another popular magical word of today is hocus pocus, which may derive from the words hoc est corpus, in the Latin magic. This is the body of Christ. For the Egyptians, magic was present in one's birth, life, death, and afterlife. In the afterlife, each individual would undergo a weighing of the heart, where one's heart would be weighed on a scale against a feather. Those who had pure hearts and led a life of virtue would balance the scales, and begin their long and arduous journey to Ara, or the Field of Reeds, paradise in Egyptian mythology. The deceased would face various challenges and obstacles, and magical spells were protection by them. These can be found in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and are intended to assist a dead person's journey through the underworld. Magicians often have ancient terms called grimoires, or Book of Spells. The Hayat al-Hakim, translated as The Aim of the Sage, also known as the Pika Trick, is a 400-page book written around the 10th or 11th century that summarizes all the works on magic and astrology, and draws on Hermetic and Neoplatonic philosophical ideas. In biblical canon, King Solomon is a figure known for his wisdom and piety. However, in the apocryphal works, he's not just associated with wisdom, but also with magic and the occult. In the Testament of Solomon, he has conversations with demons by means of a magical ring, the Seal of Solomon, to speed up the construction of his temple. The Key of Solomon is a grimoire that describes the necessary preparations for certain magical operations. It provides instructions for the creation of magical tools, for invoking to gain knowledge, power, or assistance in various endeavors, as well as the appropriate materials, astrological time, and magical symbols. Before the invocation, however, one must purify oneself,
write a book,
create a magic circle, and pray for God's protection.
Do it!
Necronomicon, written by
Be crazy enough to think you can change the world.
Which appears in the works of Elrond H.P. Lovecraft. The title appeared to him in a dream, and not much is known of its contents, other than a rhyming couplet that is not dead each can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. But House Red worshipped cosmic entities, known as the Great Old One and the Outer God, before his mysterious death. Lovecraftian characters are entranced by the pursuit of forbidden knowledge, and end up descending into madness or death by the revelation of
Building
it.
an Arabic
Lovecraft
coalition where we
reveals
focus
a
on the
deep
harsher
human
enemy,
desire
the
that
human
we would
pagans.
risk our lives for
Oh,
gaining
no.
access to occult knowledge. However, one must beware of unknowledge. There are no shortcuts.
I believe in one love, Yance.
One of the leading archetypes of our time.
The only
is
enemies
the
we got are the
sorcerer's
elites.
As a sorcerer departs his
food on our neck.
leaves his apprentice to work on chores. An enchanted broom to do the work for him by infusing it with summoned spirits. Things snap under control, and the apprentice does not know how to undo his spell. The sorcerer returns and quickly breaks the spell, dispelling the spirits before they could do more damage. The story concludes with the old sorcerer's statement that only a master should indulge.
Perhaps when they are ideologically possessed, they are actually possessed.
I now cannot rid myself of again. This is the Pandora box, the source of great and unexpected trouble. Once opened, there's no turning back. The archetype of the sorcerer's
idea that,
apprentice
like,
portrays the
they, them,
zeitgeist of the 21st century.
whenever someone's
Nuclear
possessed in a
energy,
movie,
genetic engineering,
they say
cloning,
we,
virtual
you know,
reality, artificial
talk about themselves in
intelligence,
plurals.
etc. We are entering
I think
a
it says
post-human
something.
era, posing new existential challenges to the human condition. We have built a system which we cannot live without, and yet the individual within the system can be done away with. Technological inventions may become extensions and replacements of our nervous system, our brain, our eyes and ears, and even our reproductive organs, to such an extent that the boundaries between biology and mechanical contraptions have all been. Materialistic science, in its effort to gain knowledge about the world of matter and to control it, has engendered a monster that threatens the very survival of human existence.
Said gender.
Moreover, the stress and excessive demands of modern life, alienation and loss of meaning of life and of spiritual values, has engendered in many people a consuming need to escape. People are slowly being alienated from their bodies and from nature. As we'll see later, the integration of the magician.
You know, I don't have anything against atheists. The only atheists I have anything against is atheists that think we're dumb
English
for
literature
believing in
in
a
the
god.
16th century. British writer C.S. Lewis
Yeah,
highlights
dude.
how in
I
medieval
say the same thing
stories,
about
magic had a
pretty much
fantastical
anybody.
and fairy-like quality, while in the Renaissance, it became tied to the idea of hidden knowledge that could be explored. Scholars immersed themselves in mysterious books, announcing terrible words, and souls were endangered. Magic became a particularly dangerous pursuit. The German magician, alchemist, and astrologer Johann Georg Faust appears as the archetypal adept of Renaissance magic in the 15th and 16th centuries, becoming the subject of folk legend after his death. In works of fiction, Dr. Faust appears as a man who grows weary of human knowledge and concludes that only magic is worth learning. He signs a contract and sells his soul to the devil in exchange for magical powers for a number of sad years. At the end of the contract, however, he's carried off to hell. Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa's views on magic were revolutionary in this field, and he exposed the powers of magic and its relationship with religion, rejecting forbidden forms of sorcery. His work is inspired by the Kabbalistic and Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, where the magician's task is to explore the secrets of nature, to reveal the wonder of God's work, and to inspire more ardent love for the Creator. The Swiss alchemist and physician Paracelsus combined medicine with magic and led a medical revolution. He introduced elemental beings and viewed the cosmos as interconnected, assigning spiritual significance to natural elements.
As long as it's not the Taliban.
John Dee was
Fair
a English
enough.
mathematician, astronomer, and magician who served as advisor to Queen Elizabeth I, and as one of the which attracted many scholars. Together with Sir Edward Kelly and a occultist or crystal gazer, they created the angelical or Enochian language, supposed to have been reduced to 500 during their mystical interactions. alchemy found a resurgence in this period as well. According to legend, Nicolas Flamel, a French scribe, had discovered the philosopher's stone to obtain immortality. A notable work is the 12 Keys, attributed to Basil Valentine, likely a pseudonym used by one or more German authors, and published by Johann Tulder in 1599. It presents an allegorical description of the 12 steps by which the philosopher's stone may be created, allowing one to turn base metals into gold. Mercury, the Roman counterpart of Hermes, is another figure of wholeness who is crucial in alchemy, as he represents the philosopher's stone. Jung writes, Mercurius stands at the beginning and end of the work. He is metallic, yet liquid, matter, yet spirit, cold, yet fiery, poison, and yet healing draught, a symbol uniting all the opposites. Historians have distinguished between low magic and high magic. Low magic is folk magic, often associated with simple spells, charms, and witchcraft. It is also called Boeotia, and is seen as fraudulent or deceptive magic, as opposed to high magic or theurgy, which was regarded as divine magic. We may also distinguish between white magic and black magic. White magic is the use of the powers of nature and of the mind for the service of good. It is selfless and virtuous. All white magic must be backed by strong moral character, which results in greater interior enlightenment, a prerequisite for performing heroic services for mankind. The white magician does not identify himself as the holder of magical power, but rather as a conduit for the divine power, which makes this service possible. The end of all wisdom is to understand the deep relationship between the human being and his creator, and this relationship is agape, the highest form of love, which is selfless and sacrificial, committed to the well-being of others. As soon as one enters into moral decay and uses magic for egotistical purposes, it becomes black magic, a source of fear and dread. The black magician abuses his power for his own selfish gain, in order to control others or inflict harm on others. Thus, when a thing is done to help someone, it is white magic. When it is done for harmful purposes, it is black magic. Jung writes, magic exercises a compulsion that prevails over the conscious mind and will of the victim. An alien will rises up in the bewitched and proves stronger than his ego. The only comparable effect capable of psychological verification is that exerted by unconscious contents, which by their compelling power demonstrate their affinity with or dependence on man's totality. Magician, wizard, and sorcerer are often used as synonyms, though there are subtle differences between them. Generally speaking, a magician refers to anyone who practices magic. A wizard is typically a wise old man that has studied the magical arts over a long period of time, and a sorcerer either has an innate gift of magic or has gained magical power through making pacts with supernatural entities, which is usually associated with witchcraft and voodoo. Enchanters are known for their ability to cast spells, often involving magical objects, charms, and talismans, while necromancers use magic for communicating with the dead and summoning their spirits for the purpose of foretelling future events or discovering hidden knowledge. The mysterious druids in ancient Celtic cultures left no written accounts, though the earliest reference to them date to the 4th century BC. The 1st century BC Greek scholar Alexander Polyhistor referred to the druids as philosophers who were inspired by Pythagoras, the immortality of the soul, and metempsychosis, the transmigration of the soul, especially its reincarnation after death. Mystics and Gnostics engaged in meditation, prayer, and rituals in order to attain gnosis, personal knowledge or direct experience of the divine, to reach oneness with the center that lies deep within by uniting their will with the will of God. Thy will be done. The shaman is widely present in certain Siberian and Native American tribes. He owes his powers to mystical communion with the world of spirits, making him, as Mircea Eliade puts it, a technician of the sacred. The shamanic call involves some kind of illness or psychic crisis. After going through this ordeal and curing himself, the shaman is capable of healing others. If we're able to go through the dark night of the soul, we are illuminated by an inextinguishable spark, the font of all light. All the darkness in the world cannot extinguish the light of a single candle. The shaman is not only a medicine man who picks the right herbs and ingredients to make a healing concoction for curing physical illness, but also guards his community from loss of soul. Shamanism can be seen as the oldest system of healing known in the world. Von Franz writes, "The roots of both priesthood and psychotherapy lie in the primitive phenomenon of shamanism and the existence of medicine men. Priests often serve as spiritual leaders within their religious ceremonies and are responsible for conducting rituals within their faith tradition, as well as acting as intercessors between the human and the divine. The rites of exorcism, doctrine of transubstantiation, access to holy water and blessed herbs could be conceived as magical practices. The analytical psychologist is like a modern shaman who seeks to heal a patient and teach him or her about the importance of dreams, which are the essential guides in bringing our unconscious contents into consciousness, in order to progress towards the self, the total personality. The self is represented by the sacred symbol of the mandala, a magic circle which is found all over the world. It appears in connection with chaotic states of disorientation and has the purpose of reducing the confusion to order as it expresses balance and wholeness. Patients often emphasize the beneficial or soothing effect of such pictures, as if they possess a magical significance. All magic, miracles, and parapsychological happenings seem to have one theme in common, namely an attitude of hopeful expectancy on the part of the participants. This is also known as the archetype of the miracle, or the archetype of the magic effect. Many of the founders of the great religions often performed miracles. Jesus would make the person whom he healed a participant in the healing. Your faith has healed you. One might say that miracles can only happen in a response to a need transcending the ego. For example, in the Bible, Moses strikes water from a rock to quench the thirst of his people. This miracle is not a prideful trick or ego trip from the magician, but rather a compassionate act. There are many cases of people avoiding terrible accidents by hearing a voice out of nowhere. For example, telling one to get off the road, only for there to be a major accident shortly after, as if one was warned by one's guardian angel. We have no explanation for such events, but they affect us profoundly.
isn't
the magician is responsible for these seemingly miraculous eruptions into our everyday world of
my estimation,
time,
in my experience,
cause and
it kind of
effect,
is.
which Jung calls synchronicity. The magician gives us unexpected glimpses of the transcendent world, offering a numinous experience that temporarily suspends our rational beliefs and our superfluous worries. Psychologically, the magician is the archetype of transformation, transforming old realities into new ones. He is capable of transforming reality by changing consciousness. He is the archetype of self-realization par excellence. The magician aids us in our lifelong task of attaining a higher level of consciousness and of recognizing that higher power which is greater than ourselves. We are always in a process of transforming ourselves, others, and the objects in the world around us. For the magician, matter is energy, and energy is matter. As the law of conservation of energy states, energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed from one form to another. The same might be applied to the eternal and immortal soul. Often everyday people unknowingly use the basic principles of magic and never think they are doing magic. We have all probably known people who emanate caring and peace, and sometimes can feel better just by standing next to them. Conversely, we all know people whose inner world is chaotic and desperate, and that inner state affects people around them. The magician has control over the mystical laws, which are mirror reflections of the physical laws, as the Emerald Tablet teaches us, as above, so below, and as below, so above, to accomplish the marvels of the one world. The magician realizes that at a fundamental level, there exists a transcendent unitary world where inner and outer reality coexist, known as the universe, the one world. The natural and sacred plane is not something that is above us and is static. On the contrary, it is immanent in ourselves, others, and the cosmos. The magician archetype provides a sense of connectedness with the whole, and an understanding that what is within us contains all that is outside ourselves. The microcosm and macrocosm mirror one another. Sometimes, the simplest of things contain the greatest magical effect. Our world is full of magic and wonder for those with eyes to see, and it is up to us to awaken ourselves to the true beauty of life. The order that we establish in our inner world corresponds to order in the external world. Thus, if we want a peaceful world, we must start with becoming peaceful ourselves. As we ourselves become healthier and more alive, each of us sets in motion a ripple effect in others. This expresses a fundamental truth that is shared by almost all the world religions. It is the golden rule: do to others as you would have them do unto you. Love thy neighbor as thyself. In the ancient Sanskrit epic poem, the Mahabharata, it is written, "One should never do that to another which one regards as injurious to one's own self." This, in brief, is the rule of Dharma. While Dharma expresses a virtuous life, the principle of karma supposes a relationship of cause and effect, whereby people's actions or deeds influence their future as well as their rebirth. There appears to be a fundamental law of universal equilibrium in nature, so that what you do to others will come back to you. That is the divine energy inherent in every human being.
Yancy, what do you
As
mean
Newton's
kid
third
is
law
not
states,
kid?
for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. We are not only made to live in harmony with each other, but also interconnected with each other in a metaphysical sense. The Stoic philosopher and emperor Marcus Aurelius states, "What injures the hive injures the bee. When a man does wrong to another man, they are hurting themselves. What you do to others will come back to you, and this may go beyond our physical existence." In Hindu and Buddhist cosmology, Indra's net is an infinite cosmic net which contains a single glittering jewel in each eye of the net. And since the net itself is infinite in dimension, the jewels are infinite in number. Moreover, if we were to inspect and closely look at one of those jewels, we will discover that on its polished surface, there are reflected all the other jewels in the net, infinite in number. Not only that, but each of the jewels reflected in this one jewel is also reflected in all the other jewels in the net. The shamans perceive the world as a vast web of energy to which all living beings are connected, the anima mundi, and the Melanesian and Polynesian cultures speak of mana, which is the extraordinary and compelling supernatural power which emanates from certain individuals, objects, action, and events, as well as from inhabitants of the spirit world. This concept has been popularized in role-playing games, representing energy used to perform magical abilities. Jung writes, "The mana personality is a dominant of the collective unconscious, the well-known archetype of the mighty man in the form of the hero, chief, magician, medicine man, saint, the ruler of men and spirits, friend of God." So whatever else the magician archetype might be, it is clear that it is one instance of a mana personality. As a practitioner of black magic, the shadow magician has no interest in helping others, but rather controls and manipulates others for his own benefit. Whenever we are detached, unrelated, and withholding what we know from others, whenever we use our knowledge as a weapon to belittle and control others, or to bolster our status or wealth at others' expense, we are identified with the shadow magician as manipulator. The dark magician's esoteric knowledge on his part causes his ego to become inflated, and he takes advantage of others who have limited knowledge. As Lord Acton stated, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. The shadow magician also has in its creepiest concepts a common form of inflation which comes from identifying with the pure archetype. He has no need for any personal relationship with the wounded. Taking on an archetype eliminates one's humanity, resulting in grandiose beliefs, megalomania, or a messiah complex. This is typical of charlatans, false prophets, or occult leaders. The dark magician believes that he is a god because he has the power to heal, and falls into hubris, considered as the worst of the 7 deadly sins. The power of the magician in each of us is so potentially great. Integrating the shadow is essential so that we do not consciously use our power for evil purposes. If we do not integrate our repressed content, they take on a monstrous form and possess us, like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Perhaps because of the expression magic tricks, the archetype of the trickster comes immediately to mind when one thinks of the magician. In fact, Mercury and Hermes are both gods of tricksters and magicians. when they are in their shadow side, they become illusionists, convincing others of overnight success, where magic pills to solve all problems, usually at high prices. This method of diverting people from their personal journeys to mindless consumerism is a major force of evil sorcery in our time. On the other hand, the prankishness of the trickster would serve to betray an all-too-serious magician's personality. Those can shape-shift, create illusions, and confuse us with their sleight of hand. By making objects disappear, they can dramatize the truth. Every object, everything, is but an appearance of reality. The underlying essence of the magical art is revelation. The magician has the power to reveal the basic structure underlying all appearance by stripping away the unnecessary details behind the 10,000 things almost more. It is the trickster who conceals this fundamental reality from us until we use the necessary word to realize illusion appearances. This is the veil of fire, which conceals the true character of spiritual reality, creating the cosmic illusion that the phenomenal world is real. In Hinduism, we are part of the Supreme Being's Leela, divine play. All of reality is the outcome of the divine play of the Supreme Being, revealing the interconnectedness of all existence. The goal is to understand our role in this cosmic game, while realizing that the Atman, true self or essence, is identical to Brahman, unchanging and supreme reality. In tarot, the magician is assigned number 1, and comes just after the fool, who has the number 0. In the Marseille deck, the magician is called the Juggler. He appears as a young street performer holding a golden wand and wearing motley, the traditional costume of the court jester, trickster, or fool. The brim of his hat resembles a figure 8 lying on its side, the mathematical sign for infinity. In the Rider-Waite deck, the magician appears as a holy priest, discarding the aspect of magician, that has been replaced by the symbol for infinity, encompassing creation, preservation, and destruction, the cycle of birth, life, death, and rebirth. This may be a hint about the endlessness of the powers of magic. The number 1 symbolizes omnipresence and totality, out of which comes the 2, the opposite, the necessary conflict for the possibility of consciousness, which defines the human being. Elevation, however, is motion toward unity. The magician's task is to unite with the one source, from where we all come from and will return when the time is right. In Kabbalah, the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph, symbolizes the oneness of God. The magician points one hand with a wand to the sky and the other hand to the earth. As above, so below.
Arabic,
or as Jesus said in the Lord's Prayer, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. The sky, inspiration, dreaming, vision, is grounded in the facts of everyday existence. Both are equally important. Real power comes from recognizing our dependence on the earth, on other people, and on our spiritual source. Thus, many traditional shamans begin their work by consciously connecting with and thanking the earth, all directions, the people who they love most, including their teacher, and finally the spiritual power they serve. In the Red Book, Jung dedicates a chapter to the magician. He meets Philemon, his inner wise old man and magician. When Jung talks to him about what magic is, Philemon replies that magic happens to be precisely everything that eludes comprehension. One cannot understand magic. One can only understand what accords with reason. Magic accords with unreason, which one cannot understand. Jung writes, "The practice of magic consists in making what is not understood understandable in an incomprehensible manner." Magic will never be lost to humanity, since it is reborn with each and every one of us. We need magic to be able to receive or invoke the messenger of the communication of the incomprehensible. We must accept that the world comprises reason and unreason, and that magic remains a mystery until one attains gnosis. Then one might say, as Jung did when asked if he believed in God, "I don't need to believe, I know." Jung writes, "This magical power allows itself to be neither taught nor learned. Either one has it or does not have it. Now I know your final mystery. You are a lover. You have succeeded in uniting what has been sundered. That is, binding together the above and below. Have we not known this for a long time? Yes, we knew it. No, we did not know it. It has always been this way, and yet it has never been thus. Why did I have to wander such long roads before I came to Philemon, if he was going to teach me what has been common knowledge for ages. Alas, we have known everything since time immemorial, and yet we will never know it until it has been accomplished. Who exhausts the mystery of life? To listen to our inner voice, conscience, or intuition, despite our awareness that others might think we are doing crazy, we awaken the inner magician. The magician's path is a lonely one. By delving into one's own psyche and inner images, one can bring the unknown into the known, the unconscious into consciousness. That is magic, and that is the purpose of Jungian psychology. When we dedicate time, energy, and resources to something, cooking, music, painting, writing, etc., we're working on integrating the magician archetype, which is part of the individuation process. The magician not only works on perfecting his art for practical purposes, but also has extensive knowledge about it and its connection with one's way of life. Much of our inner negativity results from repression. The issue is not to get rid of it, but to transform it by allowing it to resurface, be acknowledged, and take on a new form. It is possible to learn to transform emotional energy once we learn to feel our feelings fully. You can see this in our personal relationships, when we talk through our pain or anger and come out the other side feeling more intimate and loving than before. When a person opens to feel the other person's pain and move through it with the other person, it is often the case that both feel back in the end. The power of words is hidden in psychoanalysis, talking cure. We know the problems in our outer life reflect our inner state, but it can be very painful when we are incapable of healing ourselves. The highest form of healing is the balance between body, soul, and spirit. Good nutrition and exercise, in connection with our innermost self, and staying true to our spiritual source. Often magic is as simple as prayer. Many magicians simply ask for what is needed: health, forgiveness, transformation, resources. As long as it is reasonably within the humanly possible, one can attain it. The answer comes from the wisdom, the power greater than one's own. Hence the saying in Matthew 7:7, ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be opened to you. Interestingly, the number 7 is considered the most mystical of all numbers, symbolizing fullness and completion, as it is the day God finished his work, blessed it, and rested. It is the most repeated number in the Bible. All of the great inventions and wonders of the world first existed as images in the unconscious. As we paid attention to them, we brought them into consciousness and solidified them into the external world. The magician brings the realm of fantasy and imagination into reality. By visualizing it, he creates it. In numerology, this corresponds to the master number 22, Master Builder, who is the most capable of all in making his or her dreams come to fruition. To some extent, thoughts create reality. Belief is not trivial, it has tangible results. The power of the mind can even heal sickness, as is seen in placebo-controlled studies. In New Age thought, the law of attraction supposes that positive thoughts bring positive results, and negative thoughts bring negative outcomes. Psychologically, however, it is too one-sided. We must not impose our will on reality, but surrender to both the positive and the negative, which must coexist. For that is the fundamental reality of the human condition. It is their synthesis, not the repression of the negativity, that brings about the fullness of being, of psychic wholeness, balance, and harmony. Positive thinking should never be used to avoid responsibility for the harm you do to yourself or others. When we do harm, we need to ask for forgiveness. When we can do so honestly, we should also make amends in some way. The magician always practices some kind of ritual. Rituals express a change in commitment and help us experience a sense of connectedness. And rituals repeated over time connect us with our historical ancestors. Individuals and traditions differ on the details of such practices: meditation, active imagination, prayer, entheogens, etc. Psychologically, the idea is to align your consciousness with your unconscious so that your unique story may be unfolded in life. Like fruits and flowers, our life experiences are products of nature. They grow spontaneously in our garden, awaiting discovery for the nourishment of our soul.
Somebody
The magician journeys to another world through altered states of consciousness. We all enter these altered states, but most of us choose not to become very conscious of them. These, however, open us to a deeper wisdom and a connection with the transpersonal that greatly improves the quality of the rest of our lives. One way to awaken the magician within is simply to become conscious as we enter these other planes of reality. Synchronicity become more frequent. Inner images suddenly materialize, now outer reality, without any causal connection, just as if we had kindled them forward, or as if the synchronicity event must hold a special message for us. How one goes about decoding the meaning of such an event is part of the integration of the magician outcome. Many people attempt to meditate and implant favorable images in the unconscious by self-hypnosis or other techniques. However, one cannot manipulate the activities of the unconscious by willpower. The unconscious is, by definition, unconscious. A more useful technique, as has been practiced since ancient times, is to simply observe one's inner thoughts, feelings, and images, and allow whatever pictures to appear in the mind's eye. The inner magician can help us become aware of the visions of power that exist within us, so that we can bring them into reality, or transform the repressed contents into something beautiful, for the magician can turn the ordinary into something extraordinary. Our inner images yearn to be born, struggling against our indifference, to free themselves from the unconscious, like a stone held captive, waiting to be released by the sculptor. Some artists in this medium say that they do not create their figures. Instead, they simply chisel away all superfluous material, so that the image living present in the unconscious can stand firm as a stone. Similarly, when we are in a state of masa confusa, of inner chaos, we can delve into the eternal guide within to find the source of our confusion and clear up conflicting urges. If the spectator could enter into these images in his imagination, approaching them on the fiery chariot of his contemplative thought, if he could make a friend and a companion of one of these images of wonder, then would he arise on his throne, then would he meet the Lord in the air, and then he would be happy.
How many ways are there? Too many, if you ask me. Where did you get
We often take for granted the fundamental role that numbers play in our lives. In modern times, we've been so busy we are manipulating numbers for the sake of counting and calculating that many of us are unaware that they also contain a symbolic meaning. Numbers do not merely have a quantitative nature, but also a qualitative one. Several philosophers, alchemists, and mystics throughout history have associated religious or mystical ideas with numbers. Perhaps the most important of all is the 6th century BC philosopher and mathematician Pythagoras, who saw numbers as the arche, or fundamental underlying substance of reality. He thought that they had divine properties, and as such, that they were tools for communicating with the supreme being. Thus, a proper understanding of numbers could lead to an understanding of the basic structural principle of the universe, a notion that influenced the field of sacred geometry, which studies the geometric patterns and forms present in the world, for they are considered sacred and are believed to convey a sense of harmony and order in the universe. Languages such as ancient Greek and Hebrew did not have the Arabic numerical system and used the letters from their alphabet as numbers. The ancient Greeks practiced subsistence, in which the numerical values of the letters in a word or a name are added together and then reduced to a single digit. Those that reduced to the same digit were compared and analyzed for legal meaning. This goes back to the Pythagorean tradition. The Hebrews did the same thing through a practice called gematria, in which they assigned mystical meaning to words and names based on their numerical values, particularly in Kabbalah. In China, numbers are associated with the sounds they make when said out loud. Some numbers are believed to be auspicious or inauspicious. For example, 4 is related to death, and 8 is related to wealth. Similar practices exist across the world, which reflects the human tendency to find symbolic meaning and patterns in numbers and language. Today, this practice is known as numerology, popularized in the early 12th century. Pythagoras is considered the father of numerology because of his interest in the mystical properties of numbers. The resurgence of this practice added a new layer, namely, using numbers to understand oneself, a practice that is prevalent in esoteric circles. Numbers in themselves possess psychological values and meanings, and from their combination, particularly of name and date of birth, the characterological pattern is prevalent. Thus, numerologists, astrologists, and psychologists all have their unique approaches, but their goal is fundamentally the same. The age-old maxim, know thyself. The Swiss psychiatrist and psychologist Carl Jung stated that mathematics ruined the experience of school for him. Given this distaste, one might expect that Jung would have ignored or dismissed numbers and anything linked to the subject, but not so. Jung had a long fascination for numbers and came to see them as archetypes, instinctual patterns of behavior of mankind. He was interested in what the collective unconscious had expressed from time immemorial about natural numbers. In the study of alchemy, Jung noticed that many authors associated mystical ideas to numbers. This, he believed, were the first attempts to outline the total order of the collective unconscious as the sum of the archetypes. Numbers have existed from eternity, predating humanity itself, and is carried in the heritage of animals and insects, which although they may not possess the same level of abstract mathematical understanding as humans, they often use basic numerical skills for survival, navigation, and communication. Thus, numbers seem to be the simplest and most elementary of all archetypes, being the very matrix of all others, and consequently, they are primordial images which reach farther into the collective unconscious than any other archetype. Jung defines number as the archetype of order, which has become conscious. Number helps more than anything else to bring order into the chaos of occurrences. That they are archetypes emerges from the psychological fact that natural numbers, given a chance, amplify themselves immediately and freely through mythological and symbolic statements. For some reason, we intuitively feel that some numbers, like 7, make us feel good, while others, like 13, terrify us. It is as if numbers were linking our soul to that which is beyond ourselves. Even numbers are appealing as they create symmetry. Odd numbers oddly cause interest. While we consciously use numbers quantitatively, the unconscious uses numbers qualitatively. Dreams speak the language of nature, which is expressed in symbols. Although numbers can appear in dreams explicitly, it is more frequent that they appear implicitly. Instead of dreaming of a specific number, you might dream, for example, of being in the second floor of a building, inside a room with 3 people, or in a circular garden, etc. Paying attention to these small details can allow one to further amplify the meaning of dreams and better understand their contents. From decades of work with patients, Jung came to see that numbers play an exceedingly important role in dreams, for they are frequent images used by the psyche for expressing the coming to consciousness of the self, the total personality of an individual, which includes one's conscious and unconscious contents. The self is the archetype of wholeness, or what Jung calls a God image. Numbers are the structural characteristics of the self symbol, and as such are crucial for individuation, the lifelong path towards psychic wholeness. It is not a linear process, but rather a circular one, which works through a circumambulation, circling around, of the self. It is generally believed that numbers were invented by man, and are therefore nothing but concepts of quantities, containing nothing that was not previously put into them by the human intellect. But for Jung, it is equally possible that numbers were found or discovered. In that case, they are not only concepts, but something more, autonomous entities which not only contain quantities, but also certain qualities. Numbers have life. They are not just symbols on paper. As archetypes, numbers have the quality of being pre-existent to consciousness, and hence of conditioning it rather than being conditioned by it. They are discovered inasmuch as one did not know of their unconscious autonomous existence, and they are invented or devised insofar as they are brought into human consciousness. with their presence being inferred from similar representational structures. People don't have ideas. Ideas have people. Jung writes, whole numbers possess that characteristic of the psychoid archetype in classical form, namely that they are as much inside as outside. Thus, one can never make out whether they have been devised or discovered. As numbers they are inside, and as quantity they are outside. I therefore believe that from the psychological point of view at least, the sought-after borderland between physics and psychology lies in the secret of the number, hence the saying, fittingly enough, that man made mathematics, but God made the whole numbers. Psychoid, soul-like, is a term coined by Jung that refers to the irrepresentable nature of all archetypes, which do not fully belong in the psyche nor in matter, but rather transcends both and yet provides a bridge to them as the unifying element. This is known as the unus mundus, the one world, which is the transcendental unity of existence that underlies the duality of psyche and matter. As the most primitive archetype, numbers become vital in understanding this connection. Numbers belong to both worlds, the real and the imaginary, the world of matter and psyche. It is visible as well as invisible, quantitative as well as qualitative. In this connection, Jung writes, I've always come upon the enigma of the natural number. I have a distinct feeling that number is a key to the mystery. Numbers are autonomous entities that exist independently of human influence. It is with these inherent truths that man made all the complex and advanced mathematical concepts and theories. Numbers had their significance before man used them as instruments. However, in the instant that they are used as mere instruments for calculation, they become dry and lose their symbolic meaning. Jung writes, to the former, the mathematician, number is a means of counting. To the latter, the psychologist, it is a discovered entity capable of making individual statements, if it is given a chance. In other words, in the former case, number is a servant. In the latter case, an autonomous being. Jung coined the term synchronicity to explain how an inner image, dream, thought, vision, mood, premonition, etc. can appear in the outer world, as if the boundaries between psyche and matter were to collapse. For instance, you might dream of an important person in your life that you have not talked to for many years, and still have unfinished business with. Then you wake up to find a call from an unknown number, which you later find out is from that person, who could have appeared in subsequent dreams, but instead appeared in reality. That is a synchronicity. One's inner image somehow appeared in the outer world. Synchronicity is not based on causality, but rather on a meaningful correspondence of events. Synchronicity can also appear directly in the outside world, through seeing a particular number or set of numbers appearing in your life over and over, as if there is a message being sent to you. The number 1111 is a common series of numbers people see. You might also find multiples of 11, like 22, 333, 444, etc. These repeating digit numbers are referred to as angel numbers. There's something peculiar about numbers that seem to be related to synchronicity, as both share numinosity and mystery as their common characteristics. However, whereas the properties of natural numbers have existed from eternity, synchronistic events are acts of creation in time. That is to say, they appear to be linked up with an individual's inner development, and is in some way dependent on it. Jung calls synchronicity the parapsychological equivalent of the unus mundus. As Jung grew older, he became increasingly interested in understanding how each number has an individual personality, and wanted to take a further step into the realization of the unity of psyche and matter through research into the archetypes of natural numbers, especially the first four, which occur with the greatest frequency and have the widest incidence. Jung began writing notes on the first 5 natural numbers. 2 years before his death, however, he was too old to continue this project, and handed his notes over to one of his closest colleagues, Marie-Louise von Franz. After Jung's death, she was devastated and felt that she couldn't continue this project anymore. But her conscience would not let her rest, so she eventually picked up the topic and wrote her book, number and time, reflections leading toward a unification of depth psychology and physics. A notoriously difficult work, which one finds himself called Unreadable. Despite its difficulty, it is a major elucidation and elaboration of Hume's work. One finds delves into the archetypal and symbolic meanings associated with the numbers 1 to 4. She postulates that representations of this quaternion of archetypes provides the dynamical patterns which underlie all processes of perception and symbol formation in the psyche, and account for the structure and transformation of matter and energy in the physical world. Von Franz was struck, particularly since the discovery of quantum physics in the early 20th century, that just as the psyche has a numerical characteristic built into its very being, so does nature. She explores how the realms of mind and matter, psyche and physis, are both numerically structured, hinting at how the inner world and outer world are united as if they were one, which is what makes synchronicity possible. Von Franz's general hypothesis is that all mental and physical phenomena are complementary aspects of the same unitary, transcendental reality. At the basis of all physical and mental phenomena, there exist certain fundamental patterns of behavior called archetypes. The world outside is somehow contained within our minds, while at the same time our minds are contained within the world. As above, so below. As within, so without. Therefore, as one delves deeper within the unconscious, one gets a better understanding of the world as well, because we are a microcosm existing within a macrocosm. We will now move on to interpreting the psychological and symbolic meaning of the most primal numbers, 1 to 4, using the works of Hume and von Franz, Pythagoras and his followers, and other works such as Theology of Arithmetic by Iamblichus and 3 books of occult philosophy, Book 2 by Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa. Psychologically, the number 1 refers to primal unconsciousness. It is a state of non-differentiation in which we are not yet aware of our potential, which lies undiscovered and undeveloped. As such, it symbolizes the principle of individuation in the state of unrealized potential. 1 is no number, pan to pan, 1 is all. This is expressed in the ancient symbol of the Ouroboros, depicting a snake eating its own tail. Jung writes, 1 as the first numeral is unity, but it is also the unity, the one, all oneness. Individuality and non-duality, not a numeral, but a philosophical concept, an archetype and attribute of God, the monad. It is not surprising that the number 1, or monad, is generally treated as a symbol of unity and the origin of all things. The Pythagoreans used a circle dot to symbolize the monad, an infinite circle whose center is everywhere and circumference nowhere, a symbol of the unus mundus. One of the suggested origins of the word religion comes from the Latin religare, to bind again. The task is to reunite our fragmented dual nature with the one. Likewise, the word yoga comes from the ancient Sanskrit word yuj, yod or union. It is the union of the material with the spiritual, the individual self with the supreme self, totality superior to the parts. As beings of a dual nature, elevation is motion toward unity. The Pythagoreans did not consider 1 to be a number at all, because number means plurality, and 1 is singular. The 1 is the origin of all numbers. All other numbers can be created from 1 by adding enough copies of it. Interestingly, multiplying 111,111,111 times itself equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Therefore, the monad runs through all the numbers through the 1 continuum. With its retrograde relationship to the primal monad, each number reaches across to its successor. This hand-to-hand aspect is specific to all numbers. While in the threshold of consciousness, numbers appear to be individual entities, in the unconscious, they interpenetrate and overlap, as do all the other archetypes. The unity is itself the active principle, and number is the passive one, for when the 1 is multiplied, it produces no other number than itself. The unity is the beginning and end of all numbers. it is the source of all things. Out of the monad comes the dyad, which Pythagoras associated with audacity because of its boldness of separation from the one, and anguish because there is still a sense of tension and desire to return to oneness. It is also associated with matter and seen as evil. 2 is actually the first number, as it is the source of polarity, light and darkness, order and chaos, which alone makes existence possible. In the book of Genesis, God praised all the 7 days of creation, stating that it was good, except the 2nd day, the origin of division in creation. The alchemist Gerhard Dorn says that the number 2 belonged to Eve. For this reason, the devil first tempted her. A secret relationship thus arose between the number 2, devil, and woman. This devilish principle of duality sought to build a creation in opposition to God. Thus it is the number of discord, confusion, and misfortune. It is also, however, the number of charity, marriage, mutual love, and society. As it is said by the Lord, 2 shall be one flesh. It is better that 2 be together than 1, for if one shall fall, he shall be supported by the other. Since antiquity, both in the West and the East, even numbers have been regarded as feminine, and odd numbers as masculine. It is also present in alchemy. 2 is the first even number, and also the female principle. In practically all cultures and religions of the world, 2 identical demons or divine figures are found, acting as the guardians of the entrance to the beyond, in psychological terms, the collective unconscious. For example, in Hindu mythology, Jaja and Vijaja are the 2 gatekeepers of the abode of Vishnu, known as Vaikuntha, the place of eternal bliss. In Egyptian mythology, the deity Aker appears as a pair of twin lions, guarding the sunless, the gate to the beyond, and the Lamassu are Assyrian protective deities, depicted as winged bulls or lions with human heads that were placed at the entrance to palaces or cities to ward off evil forces. Identical duplications of figures or objects in dreams or in myths point to the fact that a content is just beginning to reach the threshold of consciousness as a recognizable entity, taking the first step toward manifestation. Whenever a latent unconscious content pushes up into consciousness, it appears first as a twofold workforce. For this reason, nearly all cosmogonies begin their tales of the emergence of world consciousness with a duality, created twins, a god and his helper, or, as in Genesis, the earth without form and void, over which the spirit of God moves. Psychologically, the number 2 represents a conflict being generated for the purpose of bringing out inner potential to consciousness. The unconscious has a compensatory role, insofar as it compensates the one-sided tendency of one's conscious attitude. Jung writes, "Man's real life consists of a complex of inexorable opposites, day and night, birth and death, happiness and misery, good and evil. We're not even sure that one will prevail against the other, that good will overcome evil, and joy overcome pain. Life is a battleground. It always has been, and always will be, and if it were not so, existence would come to an end." Every human being is born in a paradisical state, in original wholeness, whereby the infant is completely submerged in the unconscious, without a developed ego. This is the state of non-differentiation, where one naively participates in one's surroundings, in a state of uncritical unconsciousness, submitting to things as they are. The infant's individuality is in complete identification with the mother, who provides protection, comfort, and nourishment. As the infant grows up and adapts to the world, he develops an ego, a sense of self, which slowly emerges out of the self, and thus begins the disintegration process necessary for selfhood. This natural process is described in the Garden of Eden myth with the eating of the forbidden fruit. Another version is the Prometheus myth, described by the Greek epic poet Hesiod. Prometheus' mischief angers Zeus, who decides to hide fire from humans. Prometheus steals the fire back and gives it to mankind. This enrages Zeus, and Prometheus is punished. Zeus sends the first woman to live with man, Pandora. literally all gifts, who carries a jar with her from which were released sorrow, disease, and death. Only one thing was left behind: hope, outlining the end of the Golden Age. Plato describes our prior existence as immortal souls in a state of unity, before our souls descend into the body after drinking from the river of forgetfulness. We innately know we have come from wholeness, but we come to forget what we once knew. Thus we spend our lives in search of that which will enable us to remember the wholeness we once knew. A similar idea is found in the Buddhist cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, known as samsara. The process involves the forgetting of past lives and experiences in each new incarnation. The goal is to break free from the cycle through enlightenment, nirvana. In short, we are born integrated, we disintegrate, and we have to reintegrate. The task of life is to become whole again, but on a high level of consciousness. This is the sine qua non of all self-realization. The primary relationship in all our lives is that of the dual relationship between ego and self, what Jungian analyst Erich Neumann has called the ego-self-axis, further elaborated by Jungian analysts Edward Edinger and Michael Fordham. The ego cannot exist without the support of the self, and the self needs the ego to realize it. They are necessarily connected, and together provide a vital link between human consciousness. The ego is like the boat which carries you in the vast ocean of the unconscious. Without it, one would stand no chance against the amoral unconscious forces, which are expressions of nature. They are not as concerned as we are with human values and ethics, but belong to a realm closer to the instincts, which Jung calls the images of the archetypes. Generally speaking, the priority of the first half of life consists in building the ego, education, relationships, work, etc. Ego-self separation. And in the second half of life, one turns to one's inner life, dreams, meditation, contemplation, etc. Ego-self union. However, this may be an oversimplification, as the process of alteration between ego-self-separation and ego-self-union is not a linear process, but seems to occur in a circular process throughout life, both in childhood and in maturity. This connection, which provides life vitality, may be severed in childhood trauma, or if one spends one's life focused solely on ego consciousness. But how are our conflicts in life resolved? Jung writes, every tension of opposites culminates in a release, out of which comes the third. In the third, the tension is resolved, and the lost unity is restored. Out of one comes two, but from the pairing of these two comes the third. This third element, or triad, is what Jung calls the transcendent function, which arises from the union of conscious and unconscious contents. If we can endure the conflict that is assaulting us, something happens. It is resolved or reconciled. 3 is the synthesis, the thesis and antithesis, and thus provides a healing function. 3 symbolizes the resolution of our human conflict through that which is higher and beyond our will, but which we provoke to come into existence by facing our conflict, which is what wanted to come into consciousness in the first place. The alchemists called it tertium quid, third thing, an unidentified and mystical essence that emerged from the union of 2 known opposing elements. In China, the progression of numbers corresponds to the cosmic rhythms of yin and yang, wherein any extreme is opposed in order to restore balance, and is united in the indescribable and nameless Tao. This leads to the paradox that the powers confront one another, but they are not in conflict, they are held together by a third element. Similarly, Heraclitus believed that the fundamental principle of the universe is change, and that opposing forces end up coming together to form a harmonious unity. Thus, we may say that 3 consists of what unites the opposites. 3 serves as a symbol of a dynamic process, and is the formula of all creation. The belief or hope that the third attempt at something will be successful is expressed in the saying, 3 times the charm. It is relevant that 3 is the first odd number and male principle. The poet Virgil sings, God delights in an odd number, and Shakespeare says there is divinity in odd numbers. Jung observed that the idea of a religious trinity is quite old. He writes, triads of gods appear very early at a primitive level. The archaic triads in the religions of antiquity and of the East are too numerous to be mentioned here. Arrangement in triads is an archetype in the history of religion, which in all probability form the basis of the Christian Trinity. I would mention as an example the Babylonian triads, of which the most important is Anu, Bel, and Ea. These triadic structures of gods and mythological figures appear in different ways, such as one main figure flanked by two companions, which represents the realization of the unity of its inner opposites, and the emergence of the one in consciousness. For example, in the Roman mystery religion of Mithraism, the god Mithras is accompanied by two figures, Cottus and Cotopatus. The first one holds a torch pointing upward, and the second one holds a torch pointing downward. The triadic structure can also appear with three equally important and identical figures, which represents a pre-conscious or older form of the archetype. For example, in ancient Greek and Roman mythology, the fates of three sisters who control the destiny of both human beings and gods. One spins the thread of life, another one measures the thread allotted to each person, and the final one cuts the thread of life when a person's time has come. In Norse mythology, they are called the Norns. The motif of triple goddesses was widespread in ancient Europe. The triadic structure we're most familiar with, however, appears as three different deities of equal importance. In the Egyptian myth of creation, there are three deities: Isis, the goddess of magic, motherhood, and fertility; Osiris, the ruler of the underworld, who is a symbol of rebirth; and Horus, the falcon-headed son of Isis and Osiris, associated with the sky, light, and divine kingship. Christianity has the Trinity: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Hinduism has the Trimurti: Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, and Shiva the destroyer. The most sacred Hindu symbol is Om, or Aum. The latter carries the theme of creation, preservation, and destruction. Thus, though a plurality is accomplished by the number 3, in many respects, it clearly maintains its oneness. This three-oneness is the rediscovery of unity on a higher level. 3 is seen as a symbol of perfection and completion: the soul, the body, and the spirit; the beginning, the middle, and the end; birth, life, and death; past, present, and future. 3 is also a symbol of wisdom, harmony, and piety. In the Hermetic tradition, the syncretism of the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth has the epithet Trismegistus, thrice great. By 3 the world is perfected. He is the archetype of the wise old man, and author of the Emerald Tablet, which is supposed to contain all the knowledge and mysteries of the world, in just a few lines. The illusion of separateness is the root of ignorance. There are 2 types of ignorance: the ignorance of not knowing, which must be elevated, and the ignorance of wrong knowing, which must be dissipated. Wisdom is equidistant from all extremities. It consists of reconciling the divided parts. Aristotle spoke of the golden mean, in which the greatest virtue lies between a deficiency and an excess of a trait, such as confidence, between self-deprecation and vanity. Earth is the middle place between heaven and hell. Dante's Divine Comedy has 3 parts: Inferno, Purgatory, and Paradise, with Purgatory being the place of purification of the soul, where imperfections are burned away, for only truth survives the fire. The shamanic cosmos has 3 worlds: the middle world, the underworld, and the sky realm. These are linked together by a central world axis, the axis mundi, at the center of which is a tree, pillar, or mountain, sacred symbols of the self. Perhaps the most popular image is that of the world tree. It is a tree of life and also a source of the wisdom of the ages. In Norse mythology, it is called Yggdrasil. This mighty and sacred ash tree is at the center of the cosmos, and around it exists all else, including the 9 worlds. When the tree trembles, signals the arrival of Ragnarok, the destruction of the gods and of the world. Plato speaks of the tripartite nature of the human soul. Tumos, roughly translated as spiritedness, is the middle region between reason and appetite. In the allegory of the chariot, Plato depicts the human being as a charioteer who represents Tumos. He's being pushed by two winged horses, a mortal dark horse that descends appetite and an immortal white horse that shines reason. The charioteer must direct these two conflicting forces in order to follow the path of the good. The triune, the good, the true, and the beautiful, is rooted in philosophical and theological traditions. The three theological virtues are faith, hope, and charity, love. There's a popular saying that good things come in threes. The threefold path of Asha is considered the core maxim of Zoroastrianism: good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. In Japanese mythology, there are three sacred treasures: the sword, the mirror, and the jewel, which symbolize valor, wisdom, and benevolence, respectively. Similarly, the three treasures or jewels are the basic virtues in Taoism. Lao Tzu states, "There are three jewels that I cherish: compassion, moderation, and humility. With compassion, you will be able to be brave. With moderation, you will be able to give to others. With humility, you will be able to become a great leader." A central concept in Buddhism is the Triratna, three jewels, which reminds disciples of the three core teachings: Buddha, the awakened one; Dharma, the teachings; and Sangha, the spiritual community. Three were the gifts of the Magi to Christ: gold, frankincense, and myrrh, which are symbolic of Christ's roles as a king, priest, or mediator between humanity and the divine, and of a sacrificial savior. Fairy tales, which for von Franz represent the purest and simplest expression of collective unconscious psychic processes, often contain the number 3, 3 brothers or sisters, 3 animals, 3 items, 3 quests, 3 wishes granted by a genie, etc. Therefore, one should pay attention to the number symbolism in fairy tales and the part it plays. 3 may also be seen as a number of rebirth. Christ was resurrected after 3 days. Jonah spent 3 days in the belly of a great fish. When 2 circles overlap, the resulting shape is called the Vesica Piscis, literally the bladder of a fish. It resembles the ichthys, a fish symbol associated with Jesus. This almond-shaped segment is also called a mandola, in which we can often see Christ in its center. This is the hypostatic union that describes Christ as both perfectly divine and perfectly human, having 2 complete and distinct natures at once, a reconciliation of everything. 3 is a symbol of perfection. However, Jung was not concerned with perfection, but rather wholeness, and for that imperfection is needed. Life calls not for perfection, but for completeness, and for this the thorn in the flesh is needed, the suffering of defects without which there's no progress and no ascent. Jung devoted practically the whole of his life's work to demonstrating the vast psychological significance of the number 4, the symbol for becoming conscious of wholeness. In his book Answer to Job, Jung states that Christian Trinity lacks a 4th element, namely the dark side of God, as a compensation to the light side of God, as well as the feminine, Virgin Mary, the earth, and the body. Von Franz states that Trinitarian thinking lacks a further dimension. She writes, "It is flat, intellectual, and consequently encourages intolerant and absolute declarations. It is erroneous to evaluate our insights by naively attributing eternal validity to them. When an individual becomes aware of this differentiation, a transformation of consciousness results, in which the ego no longer identifies its insights with an eternal verity, but distances itself and becomes capable of comprehending the insight as only one of many possible revelations contained within the unknown psychic and universal background of existence." 3 enables the symbol of wholeness to manifest itself, which cannot be attained if the ego is seen as the center of the total personality. or if we deny the shadow, the unknown and hidden qualities in ourselves. This would cause a psychic imbalance. A proper relationship is expressed in the ego-self axis, where equal value is put in one's inner life and outer life. In this way, a new and unique chapter in our life story can be realized and lived consciously and humanly in time and space. 4 is a symbol of the self, represented by the mandala. The psychic images of wholeness which are produced spontaneously by the unconscious are as a rule quantities, or their multiples, 8, 12, 16, etc. The mandala is an image of the unity of life. It is typically used as an instrument of meditation on the sacred wholeness of the world. It contains a mathematical structure, a detail which made Jung realize that the unconscious somehow avails itself of the properties of whole numbers. He writes, "The mandala symbolizes, by its central points, the ultimate unity of all archetypes, as well as of the multiplicity of the phenomenal world, and is therefore the empirical equivalent of the metaphysical concept of the famous wonders." These structures not only express order, they also create it. That is why they generally appear in times of psychic disorientation in order to compensate a chaotic state or as formulations of numinous experiences. Just as the 3 comes out of a pairing of 1 and 2, so is 4 related to the prior numbers. This is expressed in the ancient alchemical axiom of Maria Prophetessa. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, and out of the 3rd comes the 1 as the 4th. This means that the number 3, taken as a unity related back to the primal 1, becomes the 4th. This 4 is understood not so much to have originated progressively, but to have retrospectively existed from the very beginning. We can compare this with the Tetragrammaton, the name of God in the Hebrew Bible, which contains 4 letters, Yod, He, Waw, transliterated as YHWH, Yahweh. There are 3 different letters, with the 4th being a repetition of the 2nd. To that extent, the essential name is a triad, but since the letter He is doubled, the name is also a quaternity. A similar notion is found in Taoism. The Tao gave birth to 1, the 1 gave birth to 2, the 2 gave birth to 3, the 3 gave birth to all of creation. Thus, we begin at 1 and end up at 1 again. As T.S. Eliot stated, the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time. We have need of the word, but number is a much more important thing. In essence, number is sacred. The quaternity, above all, is an essential archetype. The square, the cross, the squaring of the circle by the alchemists, the cross in the circle, or, for the Christians, Christ in glory. The squaring of the circle is a symbol of the Philosopher's Stone, where all the principles of alchemy take place. In the image, we first have the outer circle, a representation of wholeness. Within it is a triangle, representing salt, sulfur, and mercury. Then we have a square, the 4 elements. When all of these are brought together, we get once again the circle of totality. This can be repeated ad infinitum. Hippocrates, considered as the father of medicine, formulated humorism, in which 4 bodily fluids affect human personality traits. This proto-psychological theory indicates 4 personality types: phlegmatic, melancholic, sanguine, and choleric, which can be compared to Jung's 4 basic psychological functions: thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition, that are identical to the 4 elements: air, water, earth, and fire. The Swiss physician and alchemist Paracelsus compared the elements to 4 nature spirits: sylphs, undines, gnomes, and salamanders. Jung writes, as soon as the unconscious content enters the sphere of consciousness, it has already split into 4. That is to say, it can become an object of experience only by virtue of the 4 basic functions of consciousness. It is perceived as something that exists, sensation. It is recognized as this and distinguished from that, thinking. It is evaluated as pleasant or unpleasant, etc., feeling. And finally, intuition tells us where it came from and where it is going. Jung uses the equation 3 + 1 = 4 to express the psychological fact of our three differentiated functions, plus one that is undifferentiated, called the inferior function. The number 4 represents the totality of the personality. This is why, in the psychology of religion, the 4 represents to Jung the necessary complement to the Christian Trinity, as the dark, feminine element completing the Trinity to the quaternity as a totality. However, because of its contamination with the collective unconscious, the inferior function is very difficult to confront, as it is archaic, mystical, and primitive, the complete opposite of our dominant function. For example, the inferior function of a thinking type would be feeling. It is where you are likely to encounter the shadow, which also contains the treasure hard to attain. The alchemists thought that all nature consisted of 4 elements, and that the quintessence was the common substance of these, so that the 4 elements go back to their oneness in the 5th essence, or ether, the material that fills the region of the universe. Similarly, Plato compared these 5 elements to the 5 Platonic solids, the 5th of which the god used for arranging the constellations of the whole heaven. One of the most important teachings in Buddhism are the 4 Noble Truths, which represent the awakening and liberation of the Buddha, and the potential for his followers to reach the same liberation as him. The English visionary artist William Blake speaks of 4 types of vision, each with increasing intensity. The ultimate one is fourfold vision, a glimpse of eternity, whereby the smallest things in the world hold a cosmic truth for those with eyes to see. He writes, "To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour." Classical philosophy and Christian theology speak of the cardinal virtues: prudence, justice, fortitude, and temperance. The 4 evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, are associated with the cherubim, winged chimeras that have 4 faces, usually described as that of a lion, an ox, a human, and an eagle. This association is known as the tetramorph. The cherubim are the moving forces of the Ophanim, the wheels of God's fiery chariot, which appears 4 wheels within wheels in constant motion, and covered with eyes. In the book of Revelation, 4 angels stand on the 4 corners of the earth, holding back the 4 winds of the earth. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse also appear, often identified as personifications of death, famine, war, and conquest. According to the Prose Edda in Norse mythology, 4 dwarfs hold up the sky, supporting the world after it was made by the gods. There are 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and 4 cardinal points: east, west, north, and south. In various mythologies and cultures, the 4 winds are associated with specific deities representing the cardinal directions. The Mesopotamians identified them as 4 winged beings, 3 of which are male and 1 female. In China, there are the 4 symbols: the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the black tortoise of the north, the vermilion bird of the south. The Roman poet Ovid speaks of the 4 ages: the Golden Age, justice, peace, happiness, and abundance of resources; the Silver Age, agriculture, architecture, the emergence of seasons, competition, and social organization; the Bronze Age, a decline in morality and increase in violence; and the Iron Age, the lowest point in human history: impiety, greed, crime, moral decay. The same theme is found in the 4 yugas, or world ages of Vedic astrology. 4 is called the tetrad, and early Pythagoreanism associates it with justice. The sum of the first 4 numbers equals to 10, the decad, which Pythagoras considered as the most holy number of all. All things spring from 10, which symbolizes unity arising from multiplicity. This is present in the tetractors, a sacred Pythagorean symbol which initiates were required to swear a secret oath to, as it is what contains the source and root of eternal nature. It is a triangular figure consisting of 10 points in 4 rows, The first row, or
Alright,
single
dipshit,
point,
let's go.
is
What?
God.
No,
The second row is duality. The third row is the union of matter and spirit. And the fourth row represents the quadrivium, the four ways: arithmetic, music, geometry, and astronomy.
I think that's
Here ends the psychological exploration of numbers. We'll now look at some esoteric and symbolic meaning of the numbers 5 to 10. The number 5 is the sum of the first even and odd numbers, 2 and 3. In alchemy, it represents the holy marriage, Haros Gamos, of male and female, the sun and the moon, king and queen, the anima and the animus. This leads to the union of opposites and the creation of the philosopher's stone, or the self. The Pythagoreans call the pentad lack of strife, and it is linked to life and vitality. There are 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. 5 is a holy number in Christianity, as Christ suffered 5 wounds during his crucifixion: the nails on his hands and feet, and the wound from the holy lance, which pierced his side. These wounds have been the focus of prayer and contemplation. By his wounds we are healed. 6 is considered the first perfect number, since it is both the sum and the multiplication of the first 3 numbers. The perfection of 6 is shown in the 6 days of creation in Genesis, where God saw that all the things which he had made were very good. This is cosmic order and harmony. On the 6th day, man was created in the image of God. 7 is considered the most mystical of all numbers. It symbolizes fullness and completion, as it is the day God finished his work, blessed it, and rested. Thus, it is known as the Sabbath, the day of rest. 7 is the most repeated number in the Bible. Of the unclean animals, God tells Noah to take 1 pair, male and female, into the ark. But of the clean animals and birds, Noah was to take 7 pairs. It is a symbol of purification. Go and wash in the Jordan 7 times, and your flesh shall be restored to you, and you shall be clean. Of divine praise, 7 times a day do I praise thee, because of thy righteous judgments. And of divine planning, 7 people were named before their birth by the angels or God. There are 7 colors, 7 days of the week, named after the 7 classical planets, associated with the 7 Roman gods. In Mithraism, there were 7 degrees of initiation connected to the 7 planetary spheres, through which the soul rose to paradise. There are 7 archangels, 7 sacraments, 7 deadly sins and virtues, 7 chakras, 7 enlightened sages in ancient India, etc. In Judaism and Islam, there are 7 heavens. The number 8 is often associated with infinity, given its shape. Its symmetry suggests balance and harmony, and it is a multiple of 4, symbol of wholeness. The Chinese consider it the luckiest number, as its pronunciation, Ba, sounds familiar to Fa, wealth or prosperity. In Buddhism, the Noble Eightfold Path is a fundamental teaching, consisting of 8 steps that lead to enlightenment. 9 is the highest single-digit number and represents the ultimate achievement and completion of a cycle. It is a symbol of spiritual attainment and a return to the divine. In Dante's Paradise, the 9th celestial sphere is the primum mobile, the first mover. It is the last sphere of the universe, moved directly by God, and the abode of angels. From here, Dante ascends to the Empyrean, the abode of God, where he experiences the ineffable and union with God. Plotinus, the founder of Neoplatonism, is known for his book, the Enneads, compiled by a student in 6 groups of 9 treatises. For the Neoplatonist, the highest task of life is union with what they call the One, attained through theurgy, working with God. 9 is dedicated to the 9 Muses, the inspirational Greek goddesses. There are also 9 choirs of angels, arranged in a hierarchy based on their proximity to God. Finally, 10 is the universal number, complete and signifying the full course of life. There are 10 commandments in the Bible, and in Jewish mysticism, the Kabbalistic tree of life is composed of 10 sephiroth, or spheres, which are emanations of Ein Sof, the infinite. As we have mentioned, Pythagoras considers the decad to be the holiest number. It flows back into a unity from whence it came, so that everything that is flowing is returned back to that from which it had the beginning of its flux. Water returns to the sea, the body returns to the earth, time returns into eternity, the spirit returns to God. The decad is the limit of all number, for they run their course by wheeling and turning around it. The sum of the parts of any number, until it is reduced to one single digit, is always between 1 and 9. This concludes the brief exploration of the numbers 5 to 10. Now it may be good to revisit the prior main themes. We started by emphasizing the importance of numbers as having not just quantitative properties, but also qualitative ones. For Pythagoras they were divine. We mentioned how in ancient times, people associated mystical meaning to words and names based on their numerical value, which became the basis for 20th century numerology that seeks to understand personality through numbers. Then we looked at how number is the most primitive archetype, the archetype of order, and provides a vital link between matter and psyche, united by the Unus Numbers, which explains synchronicity. Our main focus, however, was on the psychological exploration of the first four numbers,
I'd say it's the stars,
which form the
because
basis
before they
for
knew
all the
mathematics,
rest
the
of the
stars were there.
numbers. And as such, it is not surprising
But
that they
numbers
are the most
existed before
recurring
the
ones in the
stars,
psyche,
I don't know.
one being a state of unity,
Chicken or the
non-differentiation, and potential, two the origin of a conflict, for bringing the potential to consciousness, three the resolution of that conflict through a synthesis, and 4 the integration of the unconscious insight into human consciousness in order to progress towards wholeness, a return to unity on a higher level of consciousness, which remarkably symbolizes the human creation myth and the purpose of life. To paraphrase Pythagoras, number rules the universe.
Dude, where?
Goethe's
Douglas's
Faust
level, man?
is a story about happiness and about the pursuit of happiness. And it remains deeply relatable and moving even today, hundreds of years after it was written. We tend to take it for granted that we all want happiness. But what does that mean? What does it mean to pursue happiness? And here, we're obviously not talking about happiness in the sense of mere physical pleasure or fleeting good feelings, because emotions have two senses in which we speak about them. And you can be angry in a moment in the sense that you could say, he said something rude to me and I got angry. But you could also make a statement such as, I've been angry at my father for the past 25 years. We understand that the long-term sense of anger doesn't indicate being angry in the short-term sense, 24/7 for 25 years. You weren't constantly feeling that intense, fleeting type of anger that arises when something irritates you, or obstructs you, or insults you in the present moment, right? And it's the same with happiness. You can say, you brought me flowers that made me happy, but the word can also refer to a long-term type of happiness, a deeper, non-fleeting kind of happiness that can lace your whole life across multiple moments, right? In the sense that one talks about when you say, for example, these days I'm pretty happy. We have other words that we could use, maybe not exactly analogous, but related. We could draw upon the word fulfillment, a state where you have all the elements of your life aligned in the right place. Even if some unexpected or tragic eventuality happens in the future, you can, for the present moment, rest easily that you've done everything correctly, so to speak, or you've done everything you wanted to do, or everything according to your own moral code, or the moral code that you follow. You could also call this eudaimonia, the ancient Greek concept. But I think if we clarify all these aspects of what we're talking about, it all fits into the word we use for happiness. When we're talking about a more profound, long-term happiness, a state of being and a way of life,
So
not a fleeting
annoying.
emotion.
How could they do this
Now, of
game
course,
without a map?
The Buddhists would argue, alongside philosophers like Arthur Schopenhauer, there is something wrong with this picture. So long as we're not taking into account that happiness can't exist as a final state. If our goal is to achieve a state of what we might call fulfillment, we make an error if we imagine that such fulfillment is anything other than temporary. Which, if we admit that would seem to deprive us of the very thing we thought we were looking for, right? This is because Fulfillment is a state of being satiated in our desires. By striving in the world and seeking to attain our desires, you know, Schopenhauer and the Buddhists would say, well, you might temporarily gain a state of fulfillment. You know, in many cases, desires go unfulfilled and then we suffer out of want, right? But even supposing we do fulfill our desires, that doesn't put a stop to the desiring process. What arises when we're totally satiated in Schopenhauer's view is not contentment, but boredom. Become bored with satiety and begin to look elsewhere. As soon as our last goal is attained, happiness slips out of our fingers and then beckons us forward to some new desire, some new project. And indeed, we can draw on support from modern psychology as evidence for this view that human beings actually do not gain happiness in a state of passivity or in a sedentary or just passive existence. Rather, happiness is something found when one is pursuing a goal. It's the pursuit of the goal that gives the happiness, which is not so well described then as contentment, but as Nietzsche described it, happiness, the feeling of using one's power, of enjoying overcoming resistance or challenges. This is why when people finish, you know, their PhD, for example, you know, many report feeling a sense of sadness or, you know, emptiness, listlessness, or why elderly people who retire can sometimes deteriorate, you know, mentally and physically, or die within a few years or months. I mean, people flourish when they have a purpose, when they have a goal they're trying to attain. Fulfillment is therefore always a temporary thing, and there's no final rest so long as we're alive. The only rest is in the grave, which is why, according to Schopenhauer, lasting fulfillment is impossible. The only reprieve is in not playing. The reprieve is in giving up on fulfilling one's desires. These themes, sketched here in broad philosophical terms, are the central struggle of the protagonist of Goethe's Faust. Faust is a character with an existential crisis. He's realized there's no state of lasting fulfillment to be found on earth. He has no faith in the church or in God either, though. He's followed the pursuit of knowledge to the highest zenith of education available to him, having mastered all the faculties of the university. And yet he does not find that sense of finality, the sense of lasting contentment. He's found all the knowledge in the world, but this knowledge doesn't account for the world, right? For the world itself, for its existence or its purpose. And thus, unsatisfied with worldly knowledge, Faust turns to magic. And as most of you probably know, if you know anything about the Faust story, is that what happens next is an encounter with the devil. The devil in Faust's play, in Goethe's play about Faust, goes by the name Mephistopheles. He arrives to offer Faust a wager. With Faust's soul as collateral, Mephisto will give him all the experiences the world has on offer. All the secret knowledge, all the veil-penetrating magic. And so long as Faust lives on and continues striving, seeking fulfillment after fulfillment, but never satisfied, Mephistopheles shall be his servant on earth. But the agreement they draw is that if Faust should ever say, "Abide, moment, you are so fair," if he should ever find true fulfillment, true happiness on earth, and not bored with the moment, no longer restless, after the latest conflict, if Faust should ever wish for the moment to last, Mephistopheles will take his soul down to hell.
How can it not tell us
Faust
that?
agrees to this deal, and he agrees to it because he believes that such a moment is impossible for him, right? And we might say the degree to which Faust is relatable is if we take the Schopenhauerian or Buddhist view of desiring seriously, that on this plane governed by insatiable desires, it can never happen.
Top to the pipe puzzle.
The story of Faust is one of the most famous in all of Western folklore. It does not originate with Goethe, but begins as a folk tale about a figure that may have actually existed. This was Dr. Johann Faustus. He's a contemporary of Martin Luther. The historical Dr. Faustus was an alchemist, possibly a charlatan, who was known for peddling magical and alchemical services, in exchange for money or payment. He would travel from town to town performing magic for people or giving them medicinal cures, and then he would leave that town sometimes to escape the consequences of, being a snake oil salesman. The story goes that
Guess we're
this
just getting
Faust, the historical Faust, the stories around him were that he had made a pact with the devil in exchange for magical power, and it was said he eventually died in an alchemical explosion. And Martin Luther actually mentions Faust twice, I believe, in the written record, in order to denounce him, right, as an example of an evil person.
Why the fuck does he know Douglas?
And in the literature in the decades and centuries that followed after Faust's life, the real Faust, he is always portrayed as a totally evil figure. His story becomes a morality play about the soul endangering hubris of man. He is like Nimrod from the Tower of Babel story, a human who attempted to surpass God through use of man's, ingenuity and intellect, thinking that makes you equal to God. And Faust tries to game the rules of reality by sidestepping them with the use of magic. This is a man who, in his arrogance, sold his soul to the devil. He's only cares for earthly pleasures and achievements, and thinks nothing of the, immortal soul, morality. And so, of course, in the Christian worldview, there's only one end to that story, and Faust is accordingly taken down. Those are his just deserts as a sorcerer and a charlatan, somebody who lived for the flesh and affected the spirit. The essential end to the story, and therefore sort of the point of the Faust story, as it appeared in literature, was therefore, all the way up to the time of Goethe, the point of the story was to condemn Faust, as to designate his type as evil. And this is true in Christopher Marlowe's telling of the Faust story as well, which is probably the most famous and the best adaptation of Faust before Goethe's was published. The influence of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe on Western civilization, it's really almost impossible to understate it, because he's such an underrated figure. Really everywhere outside of Germany, I'd say he's underrated. He's born in 1749 and lived until 1832. He was famous during his lifetime, and he would go on to become the defining literary figure of Germany. And at one time, Goethe would have been considered on par with the likes of Shakespeare.
Slow down the fan.
Now, the name of Shakespeare, it's much more famous among, English speakers, as well as non-English speakers, I'd say. It's partially because Shakespeare, he is the apex of playwriting in the English canon, whereas Goethe is sort of like the apex of the German canon. But Goethe, while of centrality to German culture, tends to receive much less attention among readers outside of Germany, whereas Shakespeare has kind of transcended that, right? But in his day, Goethe was the supreme, Renaissance man of Germany. He's a literary colossus. George Bernard Shaw, in his preface to 3 Plays for Puritans, describes exactly who Goethe was. I found this quotation originally through R.J. Hollingdale, who also invoked it to describe the cultural effect of Goethe. So here is Shaw, quote, "There can be no new drama without a new philosophy, to which I may add, there can be no Shakespeare or Goethe without one either, nor 2 Shakespeares in one philosophic epoch, since, as I have said, the first great comer in that epoch reaps the whole harvest and reduces those who come after to the rank of mere gleaners, or, worse than that, fools who go laboriously through all the motions of the reaper and binder in an empty field. What is the use of writing plays or painting frescoes if you have nothing more to say or show than was said and shown by Shakespeare, Michelangelo, and Raphael?" End quote. So Hollingdale uses this quotation of Shaw's, and I wanted to use it not only because Goethe is mentioned in the quote as on par with the level of Shakespeare, but also because this is exactly the way that Shaw describes it as what his career was like. And Hollingdale sort of riffs on Shaw's quotation. Quote, "In due course the harvest appeared, and Goethe reaped it all. In every category of literature, as usually understood, he supplied the model instance. Wilhelm Meister was the model novel, the first part of Faust the model play, Dichtung und Wahrheit the model autobiography, Italienische Reise, the model travel book, and Eckermann's conversations with Goethe, quote, the best German book, end quote, in Nietzsche's opinion, is the German equivalent of Boswell's Johnson. The collected letters, which number over 13,000, is incomparably the greatest collection of its kind, and in poetry, the comprehensiveness and size of his achievement threaten to literally exhaust the capacities of the German language, leaving nothing more to be done. End quote. And so, you know, Goethe is one of the most productive artists of all time. He conquered every type of literary form, and he also made scientific discoveries. You know, he wrote treatises on topics in the sciences, such as color. He studied botany.
I feel like I'm stuck.
And so I think we non-German speakers could all stand to gain in understanding Goethe and his contribution to the Western canon. But I, of course, would rather do that by focusing on a single work rather than trying to do a drive-by of his whole canon. So Faust remains the most important work by Goethe with good reason, and there's probably no other work of Goethe more quoted by philosophers. Actually, I would say definitely. Goethe's Faust is indispensable for understanding the European mind, I would argue. In this one work, albeit a work that took Goethe his entire life to complete, so it's a life-spanning work, but in this one work, Goethe effects a profound moral revaluation. He reverses the perspective on the old Faust folktale and provides an image of the zeitgeist that started at the advent of the Enlightenment. In a sense, Goethe here eulogizes the Enlightenment, both in the sense of speaking in praiseworthy terms about it, and he does this by giving us a relatable main character who is himself the image of the Enlightenment intellectual, which is Dr. Faust himself, but also in the sense that Goethe is giving a eulogy in the way we would say, talk about giving a eulogy at a funeral. You know, Goethe's Faust heralds the end of the Enlightenment. It's a criticism of the Enlightenment in artistic terms. And the Enlightenment is, after all, anchored by the faith in mankind's reason. The Enlightenment, you know, and the revolutions in science, philosophy, and politics that constituted the Enlightenment, this is all premised on the idea that we should, you know, in some sense, trust in the human faculty for reason, and that anyone has access to reason, at least to some capacity, right? So rather than trusting in superstitions or the authority of institutions or archaic class relationships, we're going to instead trust in the intellect. And we might still trust in the old things to some degree, but in some sense, the story of the Enlightenment, you know, thought is science coming to challenge and ultimately overcome all of those social forces, generation by generation, you know, more so over time. And so Goethe's Faust is the image of the Renaissance man. He's the person whom Goethe himself was in some sense. He's a man of letters, an intellectual, a scholar, and Faust is the conqueror of all the domains of knowledge. He's the embodiment of this spirit of striving for more knowledge and more achievement. Now, Nietzsche argued that this attitude towards reason first emerges with Socrates, and you know, then is codified in the work of Plato. Socrates sort of sows the seeds of the Enlightenment attitude towards reason as the means of finding truth, and the pursuit of truth is the highest value. This attitude towards truth was carried on then through Christianity, which Nietzsche called the people's Platonism. You know, Christianity makes an innovation insofar as rather than truth being the reserve of the wise and virtuous men, the philosophers, the truth becomes the common property of all. Truth is the highest value in Christianity still, as well as speaking of true words exemplified by Jesus and indicated by the association of God with the Logos, such as in the Gospel of John. The same spirit continues through to the Enlightenment, beginning with Descartes' desire to apprehend the truth directly and to gain certainty in what he knows through his methodology of doubt. And Descartes also a scientist, an early Renaissance man. So we can see how Descartes' methodology of doubt directly descends from the Socratic method, how this faith in the individual using his intellect, using reason to pursue the truth, flowers in the Enlightenment, but it existed in many forms before that. And that's the form that the Enlightenment takes in the modern scientific method, right? And so that's why Nietzsche writes in The Gay Science 344, quote, "It is still a metaphysical faith upon which our faith in science rests, that even we seekers after knowledge today, we godless anti-metaphysicians still take our fire to from the flame lit by a faith that is thousands of years old. That Christian faith, which was also the faith of Plato, that God is truth, and that truth is divine, end quote. And so, the character of Faust, in some sense, he's the representation of that aspect of the Western psyche, the truth-seeking aspect. Faust is the man of knowledge, right? And because no amount of knowledge seems to suffice, and true certainty is never obtained, or the quest always ends with the destruction of previous certainties, Faust has this ruminating, dissatisfied quality. The pursuit of knowledge, like the pursuit of any and all desires, never leads to a final state of rest. But just because he's reached the limit doesn't mean that Faust can stop. He can't stop at any of the boundaries of morality, the boundaries of decency or convention. He continues to seek the truth restlessly, for the truth is divine. Even if he must practice black magic and endanger his soul to seek it. That's one way we could look at the Faust story. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe became one of the most famous authors in Germany at a very young age. And that was because of the success after the publication of his breakout hit novel, The Sorrows of Young Werther. It's a short novel about an intense, doomed romance between two young people, told primarily through letters, which ends in the suicide of the main character. The story was immediately, immediately had immense popularity and an air of danger around the book as the cause of suicides in real life. But Goethe then went on to have this highly productive career that we've talked about, and he wrote an early version of Faust, commonly called the Urfaust, in the 1770s when he was 26 years old. Some have praised this condensed version of Goethe's Faust for its vision, but ultimately he was not done with the Faust story, and he continued to work on a longer version of the drama. It wasn't until 1790 that the first part of Faust was published in its entirety. But Goethe was still not finished, and he worked on the second part through the last years of his life, and he finished the work just before dying in 1832 at the age of 82 years old. So Faust is quite literally a lifespan work, as we mentioned. While he's off making anatomical discoveries, writing poetry to fill 143 volumes, and politicking in Weimar, and he directed a theater for 26 years. Faust was a work in progress throughout that entire time. Goethe wrote a year before he died to tell Zelter that his Faust was more or less finished, but said, quote, "It is no trifle to put forth in one's 82nd year what one conceived in one's 20th, and clothe such an internal living skeleton with ligaments, flesh, and skin, and on top of that to wrap a few mantle folds around the finished product, that it may altogether remain an evident riddle, delight men on, and give them something to work on," end quote. Faust does have all those elements. It's entertaining as well as deep. Although I do want to note that Goethe was famously a bit amused by the attempts to read deep interpretations into every last nook and cranny of his play, and that there's scenes that he'd included for the sake of comedy, or lines which were simply included as like jokes that were then spun into elaborate theories about like an esoteric meaning. So Kaufman argues in his introduction to his translation that Faust is supposed to be presented in down-to-earth language, he doesn't want to have any these and thous in here, right? It's supposed to be, it is very poetic at times, but it's supposed to be comprehensible to the average person. And that, in spite of being a tragedy, the play is actually very comedic at times. For some, designating Goethe's Faust as a tragedy might be controversial because, from a certain perspective, it's not very tragic. This is something that Nietzsche criticized in the book Wanderer in His Shadow. Nietzsche makes reference to the fact Goethe, he admitted that his soul was too conciliatory to write a true tragedy. And Nietzsche argues the actual content of Faust does not constitute a tragedy. And that's because Goethe did something that was different from all the other authors who had presented the Faust story. In Goethe's Faust, the devil does not win. He does not take Faust's soul. Faust is saved. If there's a tragic figure in the first part of the story, it's actually Faust's girlfriend, Gretchen. She basically has her life ruined. But in the end, it's a redemptive story. And Walter Kaufman argues in favor of a little charity with the label tragedy. As we might consider Dante's Divine Comedy, it's not exactly a comedy in the modern sense of the word either. But I should also say Nietzsche did not make this criticism of Goethe's Faust because he disliked the play. On the contrary, Nietzsche considered Goethe a great man, and many of Nietzsche's own ideas were inspired by content that can be found in Faust. Faust, at least in part, is a confrontation with a problem that is the same problem that Nietzsche confronted in his philosophy, in his early philosophy, what Nietzsche called the problem of science. He says in his 1886 preface to Birth of Tragedy, it's a problem he recognized in the figure of Socrates, because Socrates was that original embodiment of the truth seeker, and in that book Nietzsche contrasts Socrates with Faust. Both are men of knowledge, but Socrates stands at the beginning of the Enlightenment project, or he's like a prophet of this project which has not yet dawned. Whereas for Socrates, knowledge is a promise, it's a thing to reach for, it's a distant star, it's a goal to inspire people, right? Whereas for Faust, knowledge has been exhausted. It's now for him a failed promise. He's reached for it as no man has reached for it. And what has he reached but the edge of rationality? The end of any sensible truth-seeking activity. That's the meaning of Faust. And he stares out over a wide abyss, only beholding meaninglessness. He wishes for a shore in the wide oceans of knowledge and experience, as Nietzsche puts it. Goethe's Faust is therefore more like a reflection of ourselves as the children and the inheritors of the Enlightenment, unlike previous versions of the character in which he's portrayed as simply an evil person. In Goethe's work, Faust is us. And rather than feeling guilt for being like Faust, feeling guilty for possessing this insatiable truth drive, Goethe elevates Faust. The moral of the old story is inverted because Faust is saved and not punished. Goethe's work asserts that within this endless striving, there's something divine, which God loves. It's the only way to go about reframing our perspective on this world of desires which are never satisfied, is to say that in the seeking, there is the virtue, and there is the meaning. Since life is a restless seeking, if we celebrate life, we must celebrate seeking. So this radical revaluation from the way Socrates might have seen the pursuit of knowledge. The redemption found in the pursuit of truth that we get from Goethe's Faust is not an emphasis on truth as being of the highest value, as Socrates might have had it, so much as on pursuit of being of the highest value. So this is one way in which Goethe's Faust is different from the other versions of the story. Faust is saved rather than condemned, and therefore the fundamental meaning and moral of the tale is reversed. There's a second change that Goethe makes, second major one. The Dr. Faust of the old folktales effectively sells his soul to the devil in exchange for worldly power for a set period of time. And there's no ambiguity in this exchange, and presumably when it comes to the devil, all sales are final, meaning it's irrevocable, and there is therefore never any question in the narrative as to whether the main character will be taken by the devil. But in Goethe's Faust, the arrangement between Faust and Mephisto is a wager. It's not an outright
May have
sale.
gotten that one, may have not have.
Mephistopheles gets to take Faust's soul if and only if Faust's striving ceases and he wishes for rest. Furthermore, Goethe does something brilliant in that he begins the play with a framing device. And he starts us up a level from the affairs going on down in the mortal world. The prologue begins in heaven, begins with a bet between God and Mephistopheles over the soul of Faust, which means that the wager between Faust and Mephistopheles is playing out against the backdrop of a wager of God versus Satan. So notice what Goethe does. He reframes the story and he places it within a frame that's already familiar by appealing to a narrative that is the oldest in the Old Testament canon,
Dr. Gurgula was
and
researching
an
Gatling.
allusion which virtually everyone reading Faust ought to be expected to know, the Book of Job. The Book of Job begins with a meeting between God and Satan. So, I'll read from the beginning of the Book of Job. This is from the New International Version. Quote, "One day the angels came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came with them. The Lord said to Satan, 'Where have you come from?' Satan answered the Lord, 'From roaming throughout the earth, going back and forth on it.' Then the Lord said to Satan, 'Have you considered my servant Job? There was no one on earth like him. He is blameless and upright, a man who fears God and shuns evil.' 'Does Job fear God for nothing?' Satan replied. 'Have you not put a hedge around him and his household and everything he has? You have blessed the work of his hands, so that his flocks and herds are spread throughout the land. But now stretch out your hand and strike everything he has, and he will surely curse you to your face." End quote. So, of course, in the story, God says, "Go ahead, do your worst to Job then." And they effectively have a wager as to whether Job will maintain his faith even when his virtue is rewarded with nothing but torment. So in this Bible story, Satan and God can seemingly be relatively civil to one another. And since this is one of the earliest books of the Bible, if not the earliest, some have considered that maybe the Satan we're seeing in this story was not yet associated with Lucifer as he's later understood, right? Or even maybe not even yet associated with the snake in the garden. The meaning of Satan was God's accuser. And so on this account, Carl Jung, in his psychoanalytical approach to studying the Book of Job, says that Satan constitutes the Lord's doubting thought. Satan is a doubting thought in the mind of God. Or if you like, he's the advocate in the court of the king, right, for the opposing position. He's the skeptic. He's the negator, the one who argues against, argues the negative, the adversary, right? And when this was written, I'm not even really convinced myself that Satan is supposed to be the enemy in the way like Ahura Mazda and Ahriman are enemies in Zoroastrianism, as the struggle between good and evil. The tone I get from this passage is that Satan is part of God's host, and he's required in order for God to have true knowledge. Doubt is required for knowledge. This may be, a strange idea to entertain in light of our ideas about God, which we now, that God is omniscient and all-knowing. The Book of Job presents this very strange notion that God might have to test things.
God, dude,
it's through an adversarial process that we discover the truth. And so, as we've probably most all heard in the story, God first allows Satan to destroy Job's property, then to kill his children, then to afflict Job himself with sores and horrible diseases. Job doesn't waver in his faith, and there's an appearance by God at the end where he both relieves Job's suffering, but he also shuts down any questions from Job about why God would do such a thing. There's a famous line where God's, where were you when I set, the foundations of existence, right? Like, who are you to question me? Is the vibe there. In the end, Satan loses that bet with God in the Book of Job.
What the hell is that?
So in Faust's prologue in heaven, we have the same situation. We have Mephisto approaching God in order to make a wager with him for the soul of Faust. And just as in the Book of Job, where God says, have you considered my servant Job? It's the same structure here. God is the one to bring up Faust. He said, he calls Faust his servant, says, have you considered my servant Faust? It's not exactly worded that way, but he asks if Mephistopheles knows of him. And Mephistopheles says he does know of Faust. But he says, well, if he's your servant, he serves the Lord in a rather peculiar way. His nourishment is not earthly food or drink, but this endless pursuit of knowledge and this absorption and ceaseless activity. And so Mephistopheles says of Faust, quote, nothing will soothe the upheaval in his breast, end quote. So this would seem to be a very tempting target for the devil. That sounds exactly like the kind of soul that the devil can, try to seduce. Goethe highlights the inherent humorous element to this. Existence in Christianity is, at the most fundamental level, a battle for the souls of humanity between God and Satan. But we would really wonder, how could the devil ever oppose what God, the outcome that God wanted to create, right? And, how could God actually learn anything from the wager if he's actually omniscient? Again, perhaps God and the devil are just amusing themselves as much as anything else. But anyway, Mephistopheles says in so many words, "Are you sure you want to make a bet over Faust? He's assuredly mine." And God says, "No, he's mine. He may serve me confusedly now, but I'll lead him on to clarity. Just trust me." The devil says, "You're on. But you have to let me do as I like on earth to lead Faust astray." Again, it's an exact parallel with the Book of Job, although rather than God letting Satan inflict any amount of suffering on Faust like he does to Job, he's authorizing Satan to offer Faust all sorts of pleasures and knowledge and experiences, good things, true, beautiful, good things, right? And so it's a very interesting reversal on that story of the Book of Job. And I think anyone who is religious should actually ask themselves, which would be worse for trying to lead a moral lifestyle? Having a lot of suffering or being given a lot of pleasures? And so we might, you might say, well, Faust is getting off easy if that's way better than the bet God had over Job of how horrible can you make Job's life? Here they're betting well, how much pleasure can you lavish on Faust? But I think anyone could see that it might actually be harder if we're looking at the goal of life is to live a virtuous or moral life. It might actually be quite a bit harder when you have the devil offering you every pleasure to lead a virtuous and moral life. I think that much is obvious. So it's all a matter of perspective, right? And so God says, "Do whatever you like." Quote,
What's the problem with
"As long as he may
God.
be alive,
Done.
so long you shall not be prevented. Man errs as long as he will strive." End quote. So this is, of course, just human fallibility or original sin. If we're speaking in Christian terms, people are always going to miss the mark. And in some sense, if we want to look at it from an ascetic point of view, Schopenhauerian or Buddhist point of view, or even a Christian ascetic point of view, any kind of striving after worldly pleasure is in some sense an error. That is in some sense making the mark, right? But as we'll find, the point of the play is sort of to bless that, because striving is inherent to living in spite of the fact that it leads to error. And so if we're going to bless man, we have to bless man's faults. But God still says in confidence, Faust will be redeemed. And he continues in the dialogue with Mephisto. God says, quote, "A good man in his darkling aspiration remembers the right road for his quest." End quote. So there will be a direction that Faust will discover, even though his ambition has an inherently dark element to it. Mephisto, of course, is overly confident as well, and he's dismissive of the possibility of Faust's redemption. Mephistopheles is, as he later describes himself in the play, he is the one who negates. So he's like Satan in the Book of Job, God's accuser. He's a prosecutor against the crimes of existence, the injustices of reality. And so he even goes so far as to present himself as an advocate for mankind, because he's a voice speaking against the suffering that they have to endure while on earth. Accordingly, God says to him, quote, "Do you come only to accuse? Does nothing on earth seem right?" End quote. Mephisto replies, quote, "No, Lord, I find it a rather sorry sight. Man moves me to compassion, so wretched is his plight. I have no wish to cause him further woe." End quote. So we might question how honest Mephisto is being here, but just like in the Book of Job, this is a wager in which both divine parties want to prove something to the other. Mephisto is in the negative position. when it comes to assessing the value of existence, the value of life. There's even a sense in which you can imagine Mephistopheles might believe that by crushing Faust, he's doing a service for mankind. He is, like Schopenhauer, telling mankind striving only leads to suffering. There's no salvation in someone like Faust. There's no quest with redemptive power that redeems the world. It's all just an empty pursuit of hollow pleasures. And by doing so, if he is able to characterize life that way, he could disprove God's axiom that his creation is in any way justified. There's a section from Arthur Koestler's novel Darkness at Noon, which has an interesting it's like a metaphorical description of Satan, in a way that gets across the nuances of what we see in this Faustian portrayal of the figure. This could also apply perhaps to Satan in Milton's Paradise Lost. Satan as the dark side of the intellectual faculty of man. The intellectual faculty, when turned pessimistic, and turned against existence. But Koestler writes, quote, Satan is thin, ascetic, and a fanatical devotee of logic. He reads Machiavelli, Ignatius of Loyola, Marx, and Hegel. He is cold and unmerciful to mankind out of a kind of mathematical mercifulness. He is damned always to do that which is most repugnant to him, to become a slaughterer in order to abolish slaughtering, to sacrifice lambs so that no more lambs may be slaughtered, to whip people with knots so that they may learn not to let themselves be whipped, to strip himself of every scruple in the name of a higher scrupulousness, and to challenge the hatred of mankind because of his love for it, an abstract and geometric love, end quote. So that's a description that we might apply to Mephisto and Faust if we wanted to be charitable. His is an abstract geometric love, as he describes it, a tortured, contrived affinity for mankind, but out of the desire to negate mankind, so that they can be free of the pain of existence. He could also be interpreted as the voice for that dark aspect of the intellect within Faust himself. Once Mephistopheles and Faust join up, they're inseparable, and Mephisto seems almost to be an aspect of Faust. At times, it almost is like they're sharing the same body. In any case, after the prologue in heaven, we get the first scene with Faust himself. Faust is in his study, and he's listless as always, having reached the end of his quest for scholarly attainment, but feeling no sense of fulfillment. And thus, he begins by saying, quote, I have, alas, studied philosophy, jurisprudence, and medicine too, and worst of all, theology, with keen endeavor through and through. And here I am, for all my lore, the wretched fool I was before, called Master of Arts and Doctor to boot. For 10 years almost I confute, and up and down, wherever it goes, I drag my students by the nose, and see that for all our science and art, we can know nothing. It burns my heart. What immediately comes to mind here is the purported Socrates quote, I only know I can know nothing. Now, it's not totally accurate, but I don't think it's an entirely incorrect summary of Socrates' attitude, at least in some aspects. Socrates is definitely known for negating propositions more than for asserting them. And when asked what made him different from other men, what it was that he knew that others didn't, Socrates said that it was his awareness of his own ignorance. Socrates does not regard this ignorance as a tragic thing, but opening a field of possibilities, we might say. Once we demolish all those naive certainties that we once held to, but had no real reason to believe in, that opens the way for real knowledge. But for Faust, look at the conclusion he comes to. For all our science and art, we can know nothing. And rather than seeing this as a blessing, he feels it as a pain. Because Faust has reached what he believes to be the limits, he's become desensitized. He feels as though he's been flattened out. He has access to all knowledge there is, but cannot construe a meaning from it. He doesn't get the same pleasure he used to derive from the quest. He says, quote, no scruple or doubt could make me ill. I am not afraid of the devil in hell, but therefore I also lack all delight. End quote. So, it's through the contrasting experiences of pain and pleasure, happiness and boredom, fulfillment and craving, that we're able to define those experiences. And it's only for the fact that we experience want that we can then experience pleasure from the release from want. Again, this is a very Schopenhauerian analysis of the human condition. But so this flattening of sensations is because Faust has nowhere else to go. He's stagnated, but he's still filled with sin, restlessness, and it's unbearable. And so he pulls out a tome of Nostradamus. He says, quote, "In this book full of mystery, in Nostradamus's hand, is it not ample company?" End quote. And so Faust is now moving beyond the realm of science, beyond the realm of the respectable, and entering the domain of mysticism, divination, magic. So Faust continues, quote, "Hence I have yielded to magic to see whether the spirit's mouth and might would bring some mysteries to light, that I need not with work and woe go on to say what I don't know, that I might see what secret force hides in the world and rules its course, envisage the creative blazes instead of rummaging in phrases." End quote. And so Faust has the same aspirations as Socrates, not to go on saying what he does not know, but having studied and mastered all of the faculties of the university, and having not found a solid foundation for knowledge,
Are you familiar with the butterfly effect?
this desire to not go on saying what he doesn't know becomes deeply painful to him, because he doesn't know if he's ever going to get there. He's not found any knowledge which isn't contingent, or which does not come to us through the senses. He wants to know, what is that world beyond the senses? What is the creative force, the secret force that hides behind the phenomenal world and directs the course of the world? And so he's willing to delve into superstition or into violating the laws of science, the laws of nature, in order to gain this knowledge. And so he pulls out the tome of Nostradamus, which features the symbol of, he flips to a page that has the symbol of the macrocosm. This is an alchemical symbol of the entirety of existence. It's an esoteric representation of the whole of reality. Faust remarks, quote, "What jubilation bursts out of the sight into my senses? Now I feel it flowing, youthful, a sacred fountain of delight. Through every sense my veins are glowing." End quote. Further down he continues, quote, "All weaves itself into the whole, each living in the other's soul. How heaven's powers climb up and descend." End quote. So the alchemist had a saying, "As above, so below." The symbol of the macrocosm shows this interconnectedness of all things and the interconnectedness of the plans of heaven with the affairs of earth. But as Faust continues to contemplate the symbol, he comes to reject it. He eventually says somewhat bitterly, quote, "What play? Yes, but a play, however vast. Where, boundless nature, can I hold you fast?" End quote. And he turns the page in disgust. And so he despairs at this representation of reality, but beautiful as it is, as being false. But a play, simply a presentation, a condensation or an illusion, like all human symbols, incapable of actually capturing boundless nature. And so I think Faust's disgust is for the attempt to bound the boundless, right? This kind of representation, to dare to present the entirety of existence within a symbol, is sort of indicative of the pretensions to knowledge of the scholars, which Faust has come to despise. But so instead, he turns to a page containing the symbol of the earth spirit. And so he rejects this metaphysical, boundless picture of reality and fixes his vision to the earth, to earthly pursuits, earthly things, right? So Faust cannot claim to understand boundless nature, but he does understand the ways of the world. He says, quote, "How different is the power of this side. You, spirit of the earth, seem close to mine.
I am a hero,
I look
dude.
and feel my powers growing.
I let them shit
as
in
if
the
I
mouth.
drunk new wine. I'm glowing. I feel a sudden courage and should dare to plunge into the world to
Now I'm about to be a hero to summon a villain to others.
All earthly joy compare with gales my strength, face shipwreck without care. End quote. So it's a yearning for all life and all its profundity and totality. The contemplation of all the earth has to offer both good and bad. So he rejects the interconnectedness of the macrocosm and instead contemplates the earth symbol, and he invokes the spirits and uses magic to summon the earth spirit. The earth spirit actually shows up, and he answers Faust. But Faust is terrified when he sees the apparition flame into existence. And this prompts the earth spirit to goad and make fun of Faust, saying, quote, "You have implored me to appear, make known my voice and reveal my face. Your soul's entreaty won my grace. Here I am. What abject fear grasps you, Superman?" End quote. And so yes, in the original German, the earth spirit is derisively or sarcastically calling Faust an Übermensch. The spirit is saying, is this the one who sees himself as having surpassed humanity? Is he now shrinking from the startling truth when it appears before him? You know, the earth spirit rejects Faust's attempt to then converse as equals, and he compares Faust rather to an insignificant worm, and then he vanishes. Faust is even more deeply distraught after this experience, after the earth spirit rejects him, you know, as being no peer to those of the world beyond, and so he begins to sink deeper into depression. Even his pursuit of magic is not yielding results.
How to earn
Then
the epic
Wagner
of this
arrives
achievement
and
at any
enters
point
Faust's
throughout
study.
the game, even
Wagner
after you beat
is
it.
a scholar,
so you
and he's
can't really
Dr.
miss
Faust's
this.
assistant.
To unlock it, you need to watch
This
a
character
very specific
believes in the power of
commercial
reason
on TV.
and of art
and the
and
easiest
science.
way to grind for this achievement
He
is
does
to
not
go
have
to
the
your
same
house, stand in your living
perception
room
of the
in front
limits
of your
of
TV,
knowledge that Faust
and
has
then
gained.
just keep pressing
Wagner is still very
load
much
/
in this
checkpoint.
Socratic mindset
Now you may
that,
get very,
you know,
very lucky and get the specific thing you're
pursuing
looking
knowledge is the
for
most valuable
after
thing in the
only a
world,
couple of
because
reloads.
immortal life
For me personally, it took
arises and then
15
passes away
minutes,
in the blink of
and
an
I've heard
eye.
for some people it's taken as long as
but
45
that
minutes.
only lends
But
more
what we are
importance to the
looking for
means of philosophy and
specifically
art and
is
like
for a
having a
commercial
legacy, right?
with a
Because
robot
that's the
talking
creative
about
offspring of one's
prizes.
mind, and these
Once
things
this
can endure
commercial
long
starts,
after
you're
one's
pretty
passed
much
away and be
done
carried
with
on by
the
other
achievement.
minds.
There's
So
just
that's
a little
the
bit
faith
of waiting.
Wagner.
Now, what we
He's very much a in favor of scientific optimism, we might say. But also he's not like a completely naive character. He expresses an awareness of the limitations of mortality, right? So like a quote from Wagner, quote, "Oh God, art is forever and our life is brief. I fear that with my critical endeavor my head and heart may come to grief. How hard the scholar's means are to array, with which one works up to the source. Before we have traversed but half the course, we wretched devils pass away." End quote. Now, Faust's response to this is indicative of exactly which archetype he represents and that we've discussed throughout. He has a witty rejoinder to Wagner's faith in scholarship and art as a form of immortal accomplishment. Faust replies, quote, "Parchment, is that the sacred fount from which you drink to still your thirst forever? If your refreshment does not mount from your own soul, you gain it never." End quote. So the great works of mankind and all the pretty words ever written, all these great stories and idealized characters and cautionary tales, these are all wonderful treasures, but you can't just gather up these erudite references to just adorn yourself with. What matters is like a transformation inside of you, the extent to which the wisdom's incorporated in your own being. Wagner then leaves and Faust monologues more. The appearance of the spirit has made Faust despondent. He says, quote, "To dream of eternal truth was within reach, exulting on the heaven's brilliant breach." End quote. And he goes on to say how he felt both so great and so small simultaneously. Great because he's brought forth this thing which like crosses the boundaries between worlds, but also the awareness of his own insignificance on the cosmic scale. But now, after that, he's just back to the dreadful tedium and sorrow of being a human being again. With its disappearance, the spirit took these feelings with it. Quote, "You cruel one have pushed me back into uncertain human fate," end quote. And so, Faust then speaks about the inescapable angst which colors human life and the pointlessness that comes from this eventual destruction, decomposition of everything, and how our awareness of this fact spoils everything for us, and how he's now plunged back. This promise of magic offering a bridge beyond the limitations of humanity have gone unfulfilled, and now he's plunged back into contemplating this again.
Same one.
And I'm just reading a lot of the sort of, what would you say, almost Chiron-esque philosophical reflections of Faust that happen in these first parts of the play, because I do find them very fascinating from a philosophical angle. So, quote, "Deep in the heart there dwells restless care, and secretly infects us with despair. Restless, she sways and poisons peace and joy. She always finds new masks she can employ. She may appear as house and home, as child and wife, as fire, water, poison, knife. What does not strike still makes you quail, and what you never lose, for that you always
Oh, there we
wail."
go. Thank God.
Quote. I find that it's a relatable description of anxiety, actually. That which you have torments your mind as it be.
If you're seeing it, it's just the lucky roll of the dice popped up on your TV. Now you're listening. At the end of it, if you're still there, you're gonna get prizes. And now the big countdown. And here we go. We're gonna count all the way down from 85. All right, and we didn't start yet, so don't start counting down yet. We're gonna start at 85 in a few seconds. Those seconds do not count as part of the countdown. All right, here we go. You ready? Just getting prepped to do all the numbers. Here we go. 85. That was the start. That was the first number. Okay, just being clear. Don't want you to get confused. 84. That's the second number. 83. Just gonna keep doing this. 82. 81. These aren't, they're not actually based on any clock. I can wait as long as I want between numbers. 81? I can't remember what number I was on. 81. 80. 79. There's no way you're not gonna get the prize if you wait the whole time. I promise. 78. 77. 76. Okay. 75. 74. How you doing? 73. 72. Only 71 more after this. 72. 71. Okay. Excuse me. 70. 69, baby. All right. 68. 67. I'm setting in how many of these I gotta do. It's knowing the count. Down or up. Either way, don't like it. 66. 65. 64. Okay. You can leave now. This is not very fun for you, I bet. 63. 62. You still here? And it's not that big of a deal. You don't have to. You don't have to do this. 62. Did I repeat that number? 62. 62. 62. 62. Drum roll, please. 62.
Honestly, this is hysterical.
Alright, I'm just fucking with you. Sorry. 61.
This is really. This is so dumb.
62. Going up now.
This game has some of the best achievements I've ever come across in gaming in my life.
64 again. This is gonna suck for you. When will I start going down again? no. 66. 67. 68. Shit, I'm supposed to be going down. Just remembered. 67, sorry. 66. 65. 62. 60. Sorry, whoops. 66? What was I on? 67? 68. Shit. 67. Sorry, going down again. 66. 65. 64. Let's do a fast one. Here we go. 63, 62, 61, 60. Now let's do a slow one. Here we go. 59. 58. Normal speed. 57. 56. 55. This is boring for me too. Sucks for both of us, buddy. 64.
Things we do for trophy hunting, am I right?
63. Wait, I actually forgot what number I was on. 54? Let's just skip to 50. How's that? A little freebie for both of us. 49. 48. Jesus fucking Christ. 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42. Any Hitchhiker's Guide fans? 42. It's canon to this universe. Everything from that series is canon in our game. 41, 40, 39, 38. Fuck you. 37. 36. Why didn't this countdown start at 100? Should we start it again at 100? Maybe that seems more like a round number than 85. But no, we'll spare you that trouble because I don't want to count again. 31? 30. 29. 28. 27. 26. Okay. We're almost at the end now. 25. 24. 23. Shout out to Jim Carrey. Sorry, can't shout out to Jim Carrey. I don't know if we're allowed to shout out to Jim Carrey or if he exists. Well, he does exist on the planet Earth in this argument. Don't include this bit. 22. 21. 20. 19. 18. 17. 16. 62. Just kidding. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. Look at this, we're in the final 10 now. Here we go. This is the big final countdown. Let's get the drum rolls going. All right, here we go. You made it this far. Holy shit. You just standing there. Did you walk out of the room? Because if you walked out of the room, this doesn't count. We know. We'll know. 10. You gotta come back in the room, please. If you're not. 9. 8. 7. You better just be sitting there, staring at your TV screen patiently, holding your controller. 6. Final 5. All right, 5. Hope it's worth it. 4. 3. All right. Only 2 more. 2. Okay, it's not gonna hit on 1, it's gonna hit on the number after 1. It's 0, it's gonna hit on 0, so don't get too excited. This next one is not quite it. 1. And now. 0! You did it! Woo! Congratulations! You can wait for the whole countdown. It's prize time, baby. You're a big fucking dipshit. There's a screen. It says dipshit award. Good work. All right. Fuck you and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Hey there, human fans.
There we
I'm
go.
Humandor the Human, and today we're watching another ultra-scary human flick, straight from the freshly discovered planet Earth. This one's called Vampire Hookers. We have both vampires and hookers here in space, so I think I know what to expect. What's that? You don't know what humans are? Well, they're a brand new species we just discovered. They're a bit like Squiglops, and they have the same type of butts as Kliggets. But get this, humans don't have a dwingus anywhere on their bodies. If that shocked you, then watch out. Vampire Hookers is full of even bigger scares. Let's get this show on the road. Actually, here in space, we call them vampire sex workers, but I guess humans are behind the times.
She meanwhile with strawberry lips cajoles, and like an asp writhing on burning coals. Moist on my lips, and I can lull to sleep thine ancient conscience in my couches deep. I am so learned in the amorous art, that when men I crush to my dreaded heart, or to their mumbling kisses bear my bust, so frail, so bold, so shy, and so robust, that impotent angels damn themselves for me.
All my life I've heard about sailors having a girl in every port, and this is the first port I've seen.
You know, I don't think you know what to do if you got your hands on a girl.
I'd know enough to get more than my hands on her.
By the time you figured it out, she'd be more worked over than a $2 hooker at a Shriners convention.
Ooh, I can handle it.
I know. You've been handling it all the way from San Francisco.
And you'll be dreaming about it all the way back to San Francisco.
Why don't we just stow these bags in the barracks and hit the town?
I'm with you.
Okay. Man, are we lucky to be stationed here?
Yes, we are. Would you look at this place? It's fantastic.
You know, this is the Paris of the Orient. I bet you could find anything you wanted on this street, just like Eddie said.
If Eddie said it, you can bet your bottom dollar on it being here.
Oh, yeah, Chief wouldn't steer us wrong, man.
Nope. Nope.
You know, that old salt's looking out for us.
That is?
Somebody has to. Huh?
Hey, Chief!
Hey, Eddie!
How did you get down here so fast?
I just happen to know the right people. Julio here is the best damn cab driver in this city. Julio, this is Tom Buckley and Terry Wayne.
Hi, fellas. Listen, you guys need anything around town while you're here, anything at all, just ask me and Julio can find it for you. If Julio can't find it, it can't be found. Now listen, I know everybody around here and they know me around here,
All right,
so you
gonna
need
close the
anything,
stream.
just ask.
But don't ask now. We have to shove off.
Where are you off to?
Oh, we got some
Seems
important
movie needs
business
movie
to
nights.
take care of.
Yeah.
what's
I tried doing a movie night, but no one responded to the message, so I was like, okay, maybe we're not going to do a movie night.
See you later, Eddie. Take it easy.
But let me know. I want to watch Kung Pao Enter the Fist with you guys, so, you know.
Nothing to worry about. We're gonna have something set up too, faster than a cat can lick its ass. I know how to find women.
Is that right?
That's right.
Then why are we standing over here when all the
Oh
girls are
my
over there?
gosh. Yeah, I did everyone, but I'll do it again. I'll do another call for it. We'll see.
A hell of a lot more fun.
Okay. Well, now I know. Now I know, baby. Now I know. I'm going to close out the stream. Probably get the plat tomorrow. Till then, and get some sleep. Bye-bye.
Until you make the